that's a killer. Penny, quarter, nickel and dime, how you make change without money. Penny, quarter, nickel and dime, how you make change without money. Penny, quarter, nickel and dime, how you make change, tell me how you make change without money.
Breeze 93.9 FM. Feel the music.
Baby, I Et su ita saluda antes de niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a no distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata Gaigi, pues atan fanny bandera, kau esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, centamiti. Man ko body
Fanogi chamoru puritanota kantai matuno nyagi toru
trip with me to an island that I call home, where you can roll your windows down and feel the breeze, stick your foot out, 5 biggies. Oh, I wouldn't change it for the world, 'cause I love Guam, I love you, I've got love for all my jet loose. I love girls born on Guam. They're the ones who make all of us strong. I love everything about this little island, and when I get off, I come back again. Oh, why would I want to leave? Where the trees are palm and dance with me, where a real good song is from a magic day. Oh, I, so lucky, 'cause I love Guam, I love you, I've got love for all my jet loose. I love girls born on Guam. They're the ones who make all of us strong. Cause I love Guam, I love you, I've got love for all my jet loose. I love girls born on Guam. They're the ones who make all of us strong. I love Guam, I love you, I've got love for all my jet loose. I love girls born on Guam. They're the ones who make all of us strong.
Morning, Guam! Ah!
You shall not pass.
I just thought, for some strange reason in my mind, like a Lord of the Rings reference was warranted. I apologize.
Yeah, it's not
I realized
sound-
once I said that it made absolutely no sense.
No, it was all right. It was fit the vibe.
Are
Like,
you
"Brr."
are you a big Lord of the Rings guy?
Yeah. What do you mean big? I'm big. Yeah.
The books or the movies?
Well, the thing I didn't like about the books was that every time it's getting good, it's like there's 16 pages of a song.
Well, you are an avid reader too.
Yeah. Okay.
You gotta remember, it's meant for Europe. The Europe.
I know it's meant for the Europe market. That's why they had all those songs.
was it?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I mean, it's basically a musical.
Oh, wait, have you ever been to New Zealand?
No, I have never
No,
been to New Zealand.
No, because in Auckland, which is beautiful. If you guys have never seen it, Google it and check it out on like Google Maps. There's a part of Auckland where they actually show what I believe where they shot like what's supposed to be the Shire, like where the Hobbit.
In New Zealand, right?
Yeah, in New Zealand, exactly. Yeah, and it's gorgeous. I mean, you can go. It's a tourist destination. I don't think it's going to be open exactly at this moment, but hopefully soon because New Zealand's actually sitting pretty.
Sitting pretty. Hey, good morning,
Shout
Sabrina.
out to our friends in New Zealand. Kia ora to New Zealand.
To my Maori peoples.
Yes.
Hi, Bree.
Hi.
Hey, what's up over there?
And that was our new segment, International Diplomacy with Chris Barnett.
Right, thank you.
Tomorrow, Ireland.
It's 6/17, Wednesday, April 7th edition of The Link. Good morning. If you're not seeing us on KUAM TV, well, you're not seeing us, but you're going to see us later.
Yeah. If you are, please leave a message because you should
something's
be.
wrong and we're going to get in trouble again. But we're going on We're going on KUAF TV at 8, guys. Okay, that's the deal. And we're going to 10. The second half of the show is now on the TV. I know some of our Monumkus are trying to figure it out. We're on the radio.
Yeah.
Okay. We're also on the Facebook Live.
So we know your morning routine involved us on the show because you guys, the Link fam, you guys are as much a part of this show as we are. And you guys know, when you're getting up, getting the kids ready, making breakfast, having your coffee and everything like that. You could previously watch us on TV. You just got to shift your schedule like a little bit. So maybe if you, by the time you're at the office, have us running in the background. We'll keep you company.
You can listen to us, though, on TV.
Yeah. When you're on
Channel
drive time.
10.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's Docomo Channel 10. There's an audio stream.
Yes.
That's also a great way to catch a show. Right here on the radio, The Breeze, KUAM FM 93.9. I got you, Guam. Hey.
Or also just throw in a comment if you're watching us on Facebook Live, as many people already have.
Yes. They have.
People checking in.
Yeah.
Roadrunners in the house, of course. Anita Materni Blas McHale. So,
What's up, Anita? Long time. How you doing, girl?
So the school previously known as Dedido Middle School. When I went to FB Leon Guerrero, that was our arch rival. And remember when they called it Sports Day?
Yeah.
All the middle schools would all get together down at Paseo and everything, and we would have this wonderful big athletic festival. But it was always DMS and FB were always like head-to-head in basketball and in band competition. Woo!
That's my alma mater.
Yeah, Mike is from DMS.
I went to Dedido Middle School.
You went to
For
DMS.
a little bit, yeah.
Well, when it was called DMS, right? But
I went to Agata. I went to Melissa Elementary, Agata Elementary,
the Pirates, yeah.
and Interon High School.
Went to Agate Elementary.
So you're an Eagle.
Yeah, I was, and then they switched it over to a middle school. Then I went to G Diablo.
Yeah, okay. We're not just riffing here, people. In the late 80s and early 90s, Guam, back when it was known as just DOE, not GDOE, had this massive redistricting thing that was crazy. I mean, you could live in like Liguan Terrace across the street from us and wind up having to go to GW all the way in Mingilao. Remember that?
Yeah.
It was this huge search.
Or Sanchez.
And I mean, I know actually the girl who now who was our class salutatorian. You know our friend Sam Shinahara from United.
Yeah.
His now wife, Lorraine, formerly Lorraine Onadera, now Lorraine Shinahara. She and Sam were dating in high school. Sam's family lived on Isangsong Road, and Lorraine lived in Liguan. They would pass each other on the way to school because she would have to go all the way up to Sanchez. Sam would have to go to JFK. So good morning to Sam and Lorraine.
Good morning.
They've been friends for a really long time. But it was weird. Like the point is, the whole redistricting thing was crazy in the 80s.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Jay.
Yeah.
That's Jason Solis, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Mike
John's
V,
coming on, by the way, later.
Yeah, John is coming on. We got Mike V on the ones and twos. Here's what's happening on the show today. 7:05. Jesse Kanga, the executive director of the Ethics Commission. We had Senator Moylan on yesterday, as he has this bill that would
switch the Ethics Commission from being an appointed one that the governor appoints, and she also has the power to remove or suspend members, to one that will go up for an election.
You could make the Ariana Grande song about that bill. Switching the commission for you. I mean, you wouldn't want to, but I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but we were talking after the show, and it was funny because, what is that? Someone said, oh, he's going to clean up the Ethics Commission by making it political.
Oh, that's funny.
That's
funny.
That is snarky right there, whoever said that. So we're getting Jesse Kanga in to talk about this bill and, their thoughts on it. 7:30. We do it every other Wednesday with Speaker Teresa Terlahi of Legislatura and Guahan. So she's coming on 7:30. 8:20, John Fernandez, GDOE superintendent, for our education update. 8:45, we're getting about 30% of the Department of Public Health and Social Services Agency on to kind of talk about foster care. But we're also going to go in with they've got an environmental public health officer. It's Public Health Week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're coming on.
They're also doing a call out for centenarians.
Those are 100-year-old.
Yes.
Yeah, because
people.
before the pandemic started last year, we did a podcast in studio here with Art St. Augustine, and he came in and they were saying, they always keep track of the centenarians, and they always have this like wonderful luncheon, to celebrate them.
So any
Guam's actually got
centenarian.
quite a bit of centenarians.
I went to a thing. That was one of the last things I went to before the pandemic. It was at Pacific Star right? You guys sent me there. It was some kind of conference on aging where they also had like 4 or 5 different Monamco over 100.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. And so, yeah, they're coming on. And then 9:30, Teresa Philippin and Nadine Songeni to talk about repatriation of FSM citizens who have been stranded outside of their respective countries. And also the vaccination effort. And then I also want to ask her for a follow-up because remember, Bria, was a couple months ago, the chief of police, Steve Ignacio, had come out and expressed some concerns about crystal methamphetamine really starting to make an impact in the FSM community. And so kind of want to just circle back with her on that and find out if there's been any additional conversation or because it's hitting everybody, right? The show, Good Morning, by the way, is brought to you by East West Rental. All right, if you got a big project, you check them out. Maybe you need to water blast the roof. All right, maybe you need to trim the trees. They got that like bucket thing you can do. Maybe you just get a bucket thing for fun. That'd be kind of fun, huh, Jay?
just for kicks.
It's $5 bucket rides. Also, Calvo Enterprises.
Would you ever go up in one of those buckets?
Yeah, man. Why not?
Would you, Bree?
Have you tried it? It's so scary.
What?
It is.
To go up in the little bucket, like for the bucket truck.
Yeah, they have that single, like it's a joystick
Yeah.
control. You
Yeah.
move that even like a little bit, and that thing,
Down.
that thing jerks.
Yeah.
The-
It's
okay,
jerky.
the people I have the utmost respect for, right? I mean, like we want when the world gets back to normal, we always like doing these things. Like what was it called, Bree? That series of like Let Me Do Your Job, or Job Swap or something like that. We've always wanted to do one of those.
We did.
People that work in like those bucket in the cranes up in the bucket. They have courage that I could never have. But one of our longtime video guys, Jake Sablan, in the back, his dad worked for a number of years. I believe he still does as a gantry crane operator over at the port.
Oh.
You're in that little tiny cab, and like it's all glass, so you can see everything around you. And you're what, 60 feet up? You think? More. Mike says more. My mic's covered. The
Yeah.
port number, and I was like, okay, well. I asked Jake, I was like, how long do you have to work per shift? What if you need the bathroom? I mean, if you're afraid of heights, that is not the job for you.
Would you do, at the Hilton, they have the zip line.
Yeah.
And then at the very end,
I did that.
You have
Joser and I.
You have to jump off.
Gonna do a backflip.
Oh, we didn't have to do that when I did that.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
and
So at the very end, you jump off the.
And actually,
Into what? The water?
No, you just jump off the platform to the ground.
Oh, okay.
well, another friend of
But
ours.
the harness catches you. But that moment that you're like,
Whoa.
Yeah.
Right.
It took me 1 hour to jump off that.
Well,
Wow.
another friend of the show and someone we've done like stories with in
I
the
was
past.
asking you like, can you just push me?
Yeah.
No, remember?
No, I cannot
hate.
push you.
I hate. I'm
Just
so
push
scared
me.
of heights. But I found that the best way to get over your fear of heights is to go to high places. So I was always scared of flying, but then when we did all those fights in the Philippines, it was just like always flying all the time. I mean, I still get like sweaty palms and stuff during takeoff and landing, but I kind of got used to it. And then with being scared of heights and being scared of flying, I decided to try skydiving twice. And so that really that will, I don't know if it cured my fear of heights, but it's something. It's something. That boy, I tell you, that's something.
You do believe in a higher power after
Yeah.
you go skydiving. Well, you know what's funny is somebody that we've done stories with on the past, our friend Benny Crawford, right? Remember Benny? He also owned a company for a number of years, and he would do the window washing, right, Mike, at Bank of Guam, the Bank of Guam. You could not pay me enough to do that. Again, I'm super scaredy cat.
Yeah.
Imagine being like up there and you're only like harnessed to.
Yeah.
That, I mean, just thinking about it right now.
How about PIC's tower?
Oh, the PIC. Okay.
PIC.
Okay, trivia. Link fam. What is the tallest building on Guam? Is it the PIC or is it the Westin? Or is it the Dusitani now? Because
Tsubaki.
It used to be
The
ITC.
new towers.
oh, is it? Well,
That's how old we are. Remember, ITC was the tallest building on
ITC
Guam?
was.
When I was doing In the Mix, I tried to join in with the National Guard to be one of their dummies for one of their training. It was with the
Oh god, the
helicopters.
punchline writes itself.
Right, yeah.
The helicopters,
Mhm.
and so they have the what is it, the harness where you put the
Yeah, the stretcher.
the stretcher,
Yeah.
and I was hoping to be the
The dummy.
Yeah.
Oh, like the injured person, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a role Jason has played many times.
But they said no. Too much liability there.
Right. Rappelling. Would you do rappelling?
I've done rappelling.
Oh, yeah,
Because
probably.
they do the rappelling off Pacific Star sometimes.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I've done rappelling, but would you do rappelling what they call Australian style, which is facing
your
down
underwear?
and you're running down the side of
yeah.
a mountain or
Yeah.
When I was working in Oklahoma, I was still an associate producer, and they needed someone to cover this brand new ride, this amusement park. And so they harness you to this thing, and it's just like you're just strapped in, and it's like a swing. So you go all the way up, I mean, really high, and they let you drop, and then you just swing back and forth like Superman. And of course, I was like, yeah. But when you get there, you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm gonna do this.
no.
Yeah.
Hey,
But I did it, and it was so much fun.
check out this comment, you guys, from our friend Nestor Quintanilla in the comment stream, whose daughter Jada we featured on Cover Me yesterday. Which Bree, you had to drop Brockett. That was the jam. I know you were listening, on when you were dropping Brockett. Yeah, fantastic track. Right? But Nestor goes, I actually used to work for Benny Crawford. The bodybuilder used to have me clean PIC windows starting from the roof down.
Wow.
That's you have to have you've got ice in your veins, Nestor, if you can do that. I never could, because I just how they always say, okay, don't look down, don't look down, don't look down. First thing I'm doing, oops.
Yeah.
And I've just soiled myself.
It's 6:28. Good morning. On that note, there's not much you can say after Jason says, I just soiled myself.
Hey, Chris Agiki, speaking of the port, our friend down at the port, he goes, hey, Chris or Jace, come try swapping with us here.
There you go.
Right on.
Hey, Port Strong.
Good morning to our Facebook Live audience this morning, Rosemarie Laguatnia. Really appreciate your comments, Rosemarie. She's always got some interesting points. I can tell that she definitely watches the news. Chris Agagi, good morning, Guam. From the Port Strong family. Bennett Lujan Duenas, good morning. Good morning, Anita, repping the Roadrunners. Jacobs Lazama, Brett, Buenas, Chris, Sabrina, Jason, be safe. Have a great day, Guam. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, good morning, Chris, Jason, Sabrina, Mike, and all on Guam. Happy hump day.
I got a shout out right now from Remedio Shorter, who says, good morning from Hollister, California.
Oh, wow.
And people still asking where Joe Sir is. He comes back from vacation next week, and I'm pretty sure Joe Sir, whatever he's wearing right now, is probably by Hollister.
Right. Yeah.
That dude is like Mr. Brand Name.
And he also wears, what's the other one? Not Abercrombie and Fish.
He's got some ANF, too.
He does, yeah. American Eagle?
Yeah.
The snazzy dresser. I mean, Mike V is like the workout guy, right? If there's a workout
Got
to
the
break,
magic shirts.
I mean, if there was like a workout that was to happen right now, he would be totally ready because he's wearing his workout.
There are two guys.
No, I call it the magic moving shirts.
Yeah, because he moves his susu. He's like the Terry Crews of KUAM.
And the Nike logo will
Can
gallop.
we get him on doing that?
No.
His wife would probably wring his neck.
Okay, there's two guys on Guam, right?
Yep. The wife is like, if there's one thing you never want to see you do, I'd never ever want to see you shaking those susus.
There are two very, very proud Guamanians.
We call it hefty.
Hefty.
No, two very proud Guamanians, right? Mike Villagomez from KUM and Landon Idlet from the NWS. That's team Too Tight Shirt.
Team TT.
Yeah. Sponsored by Body Glove.
Roberto Fragasini, Buongiorno, Guam. Hey, let's ask him to do another performance this week.
Signore, would you? Oh, if you would honor us, that would be so amazing. Good morning from Spanaway, Washington, from Josephine Marie. Hello to you. Ray Dakanayawa is good morning, GU, and the emoji that Ray is sending us is the hug emoji, followed by the globe, followed by a number 1, followed by a heart.
Is that a hug or is that the nostrils blowing the smoke?
I think
Emma Olalia, good morning with a thumbs up. Thank you. Good morning. Mike Seguenza, good morning. And then Andrew Terlahi comments here about the Ethics Commission. Just by the governor being able to pick and release people on this commission makes it political.
And people still saying, what is the tallest tower on Guam now? Because Mike just said something. Is it Tsubaki now?
No, Jan commented it's Umatic Tower. Followed closely by Chamorro Village Tower.
You know that, okay, have you guys ever been to the top of a Umatic Bridge? Like in the tower?
Yeah.
I've never been able to. I mean, it's always like locked, but how can you, do you have to, Is there like a special pass, or does the mayor's office have like certain days when you can like tour groups go up there?
Not in COVID.
Yeah.
How about Chamorro Village? You ever been to the top of that tower? With that scary elevator?
We did when we covered the
Parade.
Takes like 2.5 hours to get to the top. on
No,
the
we did the
elevator.
Liberation Day parade.
Right,
When was that,
yeah.
Bree? When we did like the live broadcast that one year? You and I
It's
were.
been a while.
Yeah, another one of our video guys, Carlito. He's worked there for 20 some years. He shot everything in the book. He was actually up on the tower and he had the bird's eye view. Sabrina and I were on top of our
Rig.
Yeah, it's the rig, but it's basically like this huge truck that's a mobile stage. We use it for concerts. We use it for Chris has done hosting engagements in there. We've called football games on it, but Bree and I were on top of that, maybe about like 25 feet up. Fantastic view of the parade. I got to tell you guys.
Do you remember our background? It was like that. It was a Guam flag and maybe a U.S. flag, but it started melting. So the paint started like melting off of the background.
You know,
There's a metaphor in there somewhere.
I have done that
Yeah.
parade so many times, and I'm not. It's one of my life's honors because I've done it 4 times when I was in ROTC for high school. We marched 1 year, for color guard and everything. You go. The total parade route's what, a mile and a half from what used to be Ace Hardware down to Chief Kapua's statue. 1 year it was raining so hard we couldn't even take unsheath the flags and everything like that. So all of us were just like marching completely soaked to the bone.
I loved covering the parade because we get on the mules, we go live, and we get to meet everybody.
Yeah.
That's so much fun.
Yeah.
Miss that.
I mean,
I actually really, really miss that.
yeah. I mean, even going back to being a kid and going to the parade, it was just always like the thing to do because you'd have the carnival going on, and they were in different areas usually because the carnival used to always be in EPOW. And then the parade's always been on Marine Corps Drive.
And there's the families, they make these big signs and they say, like welcome Manabusan clan from Barragat.
So when I was always on a float, when we were on a float going through the parade, the families would love it. I remember one time Victoria said, "What do I do if I'm on the float? Like, well, I don't even know how, because I don't even know what to do." I was like, "Bro, just look at the banners and yell out the family name and say Biba."
Yeah.
And they will love you forever. And so he's like, "Okay, Biba Manabusan family." That's all you do is you just go down. You're like, yell, "I am yelling your family name." Ah.
Well, when my dad was working at Duty Free in the 80s, they had like each of the kids of, like the employees, and they said, "Hey, you guys want to be in the parade because we need some help." And they gave us like these little like clown like get-ups, and we had to ride on the back of the van and toss out like candy and like little toys.
Yeah.
So like, yo-yos and, little figurines and everything like that. Super fun, man.
Good times.
We have a birthday request, you guys.
Yeah, Ray Manabusan.
Yeah, Anita Maternity Bloss McHale says, "I used to be at Dedito Junior High, like Bree. Can you guys give a birthday shout out to my son, Ray Manabusan?" We were just talking about the Manabusan family, so you guys ready?
Also, I want to do a belated birthday to Josiah Limtiaco. You guys ready?
Oh, wait. Tempo check, man. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ray Manabusan.
Josiah Limtiaco and everyone else's birthdays today.
Happy birthday to you.
May the dear Lord bless you. Achoo.
May the dear Lord bless you.
Achoo.
May the dear Lord bless Ray Manabusan.
And Josiah Limtiaco and everyone else's birthday is today too.
Happy birthday to you. And we hope your cake has those really cool flowers that are made of icing, and you eat that and you get more than one flower, but don't eat the stick because that can kind of hurt.
I hope the frosting is good and it's not that like kind of greasy one that makes your lips greasy after you eat it.
And just have a blessed day.
Do you guys eat fondant?
No, I don't.
Isn't it gross?
I just
No,
don't
it
like
is edible, right, Mike?
It is edible.
No, a lot of
is
things are
edible.
edible.
I mean,
a lot of things
It's
are
basically malleable sugar, right?
edible. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's just for looks.
it is,
you know?
right.
That's it.
Presentation.
Hey, and you know what? Shout out to all of the bakers on Guam, especially like because there are people that make cakes, that make pies. Or John Fernandez's wife, right? She's an amazing.
Oh
baker.
yeah.
Oh, man.
Cakes are so good.
We had a comment on this. I forgot to ask the vaccine personnel at EOG, but what do we do if our card gets lost or destroyed?
Oh, that's from Andrew Terlahi. Good question.
That is a good question. I just, I don't know. We'll find out, though.
I know
We'll
when
find out.
Janela's coming on.
I know
Right.
when I got my shot, they gave the card and they were like, okay, bring this with you like next time and everything like that. And FYI, please hang on to this.
Right.
But certainly they've got records that they can cross-reference.
Sure. I was talking to a friend of mine who went to the OG vaccination clinic yesterday, and there were some issues with people who had gotten their tickets on Eventbrite and the walk-ins, and I heard it was a pretty confusing process as the ticketed people were taking a back seat to some of the walk-ins. But just really hope it goes definitely smooth, because really the issue, I think, is that everybody wants to get vaccinated, right? We're on that path to half, and people know that if we achieve that half, half vaccination, half of Guam's adult population by May 1st, they're going to lift. They might lift the public health emergency, but they're definitely thinking about doing away with the quarantine at least for fully vaccinated individuals returning home.
Right.
It's
I
6:38.
don't think that's like my main motivation. Path to half.
Right, yeah. No, yeah, I don't even, it's just another marketing thing they came up with. But I think getting vaccinated is very important.
It is.
And so go out and do it, guys. It's,
sorry,
it's
real
free.
quick, guys.
We love free things here on Guam.
Last second birthday shout out. Nicholas Titano says, Jason, Sabrina, Chris, and Mike, can you do a shout out? Happy belated birthday to Ritana. So happy birthday, Ritana. Belated.
Happy
We hope you had a
belated birthday,
wonderful
Ritana.
day. Had ice cream, had cake, had burgers, had hot dogs, had salad, had mac and cheese, had everything your heart desires, but had a wonderful, wonderful birthday.
Who asked for that?
Nicholas Titano.
Is that I think that's Ritana from Special Olympics.
Oh, nice.
I think
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Happy
Hi, Ritana.
birthday. Happy
Hi,
belated
Nicole.
birthday, Ritana.
Happy
Nick.
birthday, Nan.
I'm sorry.
Oh, and then our friend Glenn Lujan, who is
Nicholas.
now up and awake and getting ready to do his thing
He's
as
a baker.
teacher.
Yeah, he says, sorry, but fondant tastes gross for me. Don't come for me now. Eat that. But Benny counters and says marshmallow fondant is very good.
Ooh.
Okay, so I'd have to try that.
Yeah. There's a cake. This is not a plug, by the way. There's a cake that they have at Huang's Bakery. It's a marshmallow cream. What's that? Is that chiffon, Brie? That's like the cake.
Yeah,
that's
you know,
really-
I think it's that cake that you were telling me about, and you were gonna bring it in, and then you never did.
Oh, I remember
that one. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
The-
We never tried that one.
Yeah,
otherwise
you know,
known as Chris would say, mystery marshmallow.
Yeah, that's the one,
That's-
right?
that is
That's
the one that you
Okay,
never
yeah,
tried.
just
That-
wanna
yeah,
make sure.
okay.
You know, I need visual evidence, please, Chris.
All right, let's just change the subject now.
Okay.
And do-
Big man.
Yeah, let's do some news here at 6:39, Wednesday, April 7th. Again, the show is proudly brought to you by Jack in the Box, where you can get the seasoned curly fries. It's never a bad time. $3, sauced and loaded curly fries, the new slow smoked bacon, available in 2 flavors, triple cheddar and spicy pepper jack. Also brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E. Carrier for all my Aircon babies at 647 Cool, 639 again. Yes. Yeah. See, I've got some backup from Glenn. Thank you, Glenn. I'm going to get that cake.
Like
And share.
after the show, you can go get it and then
I have
bring it
permission.
back.
Okay, got
Why
it.
don't you go during the show and you can join us via Zoom?
We're having cake for lunch, guys. At 6:40 with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Half it, everybody. Here's what's making island news. Speaker Teresa Terlahi, who chairs the Committee on Land, will be holding an oversight hearing on Thursday for the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission. She plans to focus on the status of the promised but still unfulfilled return of federal excess land listed since 2017 and other lots removed from or added to the list in 2020. The speaker adds that it has also come to her attention that Gov Guam may intend to bypass the Ancestral Lands Commission and keep returned properties for local government projects, citing as an example Eagles Field in Manilao, which Governor Lulian Guerrero has announced is property she is eyeing for the construction of a new hospital and central public health facility. The oversight for the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission is tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. People will be able to participate either face-to-face or virtually. Trial is scheduled to get underway today for Vianney Jose, who is one of the 3 men accused of raping a young girl and videotaping it. He faces first-degree criminal sexual conduct, possession of child pornography, and dissemination of child pornography. In 2019, detectives were tipped off and found a video circulating on social media of a female minor allegedly being raped by 3 men. The suspects had left the island and authorities issued warrants for their return. Jose was taken into custody at the airport. Federal convicted drug offender Audrey Wolford has been given until the end of this week to turn herself in. She has been on supervised release pending her sentencing, which is scheduled for May 20th, but she has repeatedly tested positive for drugs. Wolford pled guilty to drug charges as indicated that she, along with her co-conspirator, paid protection fees to retired police officer and federal defendant John Boom Manzanonia. Her attorney, Jeffrey Moot, says she unfortunately fell off the wagon while trying to deal with a back injury and has since been placed on proper medication. Wolford must self-surrender by Friday at 10 o'clock in the morning. Guam hit its highest ever unemployment rate in December 2020, a record 19.4%, or 13,850 people out of work. That compares to a 6.1% rate the previous December in 2019. Department of Labor statistics released and showed the largest reductions by industry through September 2020 are in retail at 3,440, hotels at 2,800, and all other services at 1,530. Construction was the only bright spot, with jobs increasing from 7,350 to 8,330 in December. The record decline is blamed on the COVID pandemic, which forced retail outlets and hotels to close or severely curtail operations. In a news release, Labor Director David De La Sola said some industries are bouncing back as the National Dislocated Worker Grant Program has created several hundred new jobs. Governor Leon Guerrero says the economy will improve as restrictions are eased. She said Guam will see the largest impact when the tourism industry returns. And with more news, here is Adriana Cotero.
Half a day and good morning, everyone. I'm Adriana Cotero with your headlines here on The Link. Guam's COVID risk status has been lowered to level 2 by the Centers for Disease Control. The governor says it communicates to the country and the world that we are taking control of the virus and paves the way for the reopening of Guam. Nestor Lecanto reports.
The new CDC designation comes amid the administration's push to have 50% of adults vaccinated by next month in order to lift quarantine restrictions on arriving passengers. Visitors Bureau President Carl Gutierrez welcomed the news.
You can feel it in there. It's palpable about how we are really turning we make that turn, and now we're heading towards really almost a sure opening in May 1st.
The CDC also announced this weekend that fully vaccinated adults should be able to travel freely, but it still cautioned against non-essential trips. And the governor said as a precaution, she still intends to require negative PCR tests and the use of contact tracing apps. Meanwhile, GVB Vice President Jerry Perez says they want to market Guam as an entirely separate tourist destination.
Even though politically we are associated with the U.S., and diplomatically, most ministries in Japan and Korea, for example, recognize Guam within the U.S. context. The thing is that we are economically tethered. We're economically tethered to the market nexus of Asia, and that's the message that we need to get across.
But that's just part of the challenge. Officials are also grappling with the fact that while Guam's vaccination rate is rising, that's not the case for our main source markets.
Japan, Korea, and Taiwan have less than 1% of their population vaccinated as of last week. So that's why we're a bit concerned, and that's the dilemma that we face.
In the meantime, GVB has hired a marketing and public relations firm to help drive local awareness and support for the reopening of tourism, now less than a month away. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Department of Rev and Tax and the Department of Administration will be mailing out or direct depositing 2054 tax refund checks this week, totaling a little over $6.7 million. These include refunds that were garnished to repay GovGuam debts. These are for air-free returns filed on or before February 12th of this year. Committee on Health, Land, Justice, and Culture member Senator Joanne Brown wants to get to the bottom of allegations of coercion surrounding Chamorro Land Trust Commission Director Jack Haddig.
I certainly believe there should be an oversight hearing. The only way you're going to make these issues not be an issue is that, it sees the light of day and that these questions are asked and answered, and are the answers satisfactory. I think there's an area of concern, otherwise I wouldn't raise it. Especially listening to the comments of that land agent publicly. These statements that were made publicly are concerning to me as a member of the legislature and a member of the committee.
As reported, allegations arose after a land agent accused Hadig of coercing her to request for a transfer of application rights from one constituent to another, despite the Commission's rules and a former Attorney General's opinion that bars the action unless the initial applicant is deceased. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
A tax rebate for PPEs, or the governor can just use money from the $660 million plus she's getting from the Americans Rescue Plan. Senator Frank Blas Jr. is hoping for the latter and has written the governor requesting specifically that. Last month, he, along with Vice Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes and Senator Chris Duenas, introduced Bill 70 to provide a $500 tax rebate for families having to foot the bill for personal protective equipment to comply with public health requirements. Senator Blas is willing to forgo his bill if the governor agrees to implement a program to provide relief for PPE purchases. Last month, President Biden called on all states to make all adults eligible for the coronavirus vaccine by May 1st. Now he's moving up the deadline. Natalie Brandt has more details from the White House.
President Biden is expected to call on states to make all adults eligible for COVID-19 vaccines by April 19th, if they haven't already done so.
We're now averaging 3.1 million shots per day over the most recent 7-day period. Over the weekend, there were more than 4 million recorded vaccinations in a single day for the first time.
The Biden administration says it has delivered 150 million vaccine doses in the president's first 75 days in office. His team sees a race to get more Americans vaccinated, with the number of new cases rising for 4 straight weeks.
Whether it explodes into a real surge or not remains to be seen. I think that the vaccine is going to prevent that from happening.
CDC data shows more than 75% of senior citizens have received at least 1 dose of the vaccine. Health officials say the rise in new cases is coming predominantly from younger adults. There's also increasing concern about outbreaks from school-aged children, but not necessarily from kids in the classroom.
We are learning that many outbreaks in young people are related to youth sports and extracurricular activities. According to CDC guidance, these activities should be limited.
Go! But it's not just youth sports that are a concern, with officials specifically mentioning the nearly full ballpark at Monday's Texas Rangers baseball game with no social distancing limits. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
Information Center reports that out of 494 test samples taken on April 5th, 2 came back positive for COVID-19. Both cases reported recent travel history and were identified in quarantine. This brings the total of officially reported cases of COVID to 7,825 on island since March of last year. 28 cases are active, and there have been more than 7,661 recoveries. To date, there have been a total of 136 COVID-related deaths. The CAR score remains at 0.2. As far as vaccination numbers, a total of 32,298 people are fully vaccinated. And finally, the Thrive Coalition under WestCare, which focuses on substance abuse prevention within Dedito's youth, will host a community cleanup this Saturday from 8 o'clock in the morning to 11 a.m. at the Sagan Linadzan Park in Dedito. This is an open event. However, Dedito residents are highly encouraged to be part of the community cleanup. And that is your news. For more, go to KUAM.com and stay tuned for more conversation here on The Link.
The world of KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. airing every week during Earth Month. Brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Hey, it's 7 o'clock. KUAM FM, Agani, Guam. Air guitar. You know what, though? I don't know if you guys know this, but my friend Jason Solis is a badass guitar player.
Many moons ago, that may have been.
Don't even. Come on, bro. Cut it. Like, so when I air guitar, I don't even know. I play chords, but Jason, like, he's really accurately air guitaring.
But see, the difference between you and me is I worked a lot on technique, but I have not got a musical ear to save my life. I've actually seen you, like, sit there and listen to, like, music off Spotify or whatever like that and then pick it apart. You have a great musical ear, and you actually write your own music, too.
Oh, wow. Go on. Keep on. Go ahead. Yeah. We got a lot of time here. We got like 4 minutes.
Mine is, we got until 10 o'clock to, like, tell you how wonderful you are. No, it's, mine was just, like, I just spent so many years, and so many of us that picked up the instrument, right? Were inspired by the late Eddie Van Halen. Rest in peace.
Jay is a metal guy, guys. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even think, right? He kind of looks like Backstreet Boys. He'd be into Backstreet Boys or 98 Degrees. But he's actually into metal, like metal. Yeah, Slayer. Like, this guy plays Slayer, Megadeth, Metallica,
Anthrax, Testament,
yes,
Queensryche. But that's the one thing I loved about going to public school, like on Guam, is everybody had like their own little cliques, and we were talking about like Derrida Middle School,
and it was like music. A lot of it was music cliques.
Yeah, but everybody listened to each other's stuff. You'd have the heavy metal guys who totally got along with the guys who were into like freestyle, and the people who were into Depeche Mode totally were into the people who were into NWA. And everybody appreciated each other. So even the country music guys, the kids from bass, and they'd be like, hey, check this out. I got friends in low place. And everybody's, hey, that's cool. It was only in high school when everybody's like, oh, like we can't hang out anymore.
Rockers and rappers don't hang.
No, but before it was like, okay, you have your thing. Like, us heavy metal guys would wear like the denim jacket and the acid wash jeans. By the way, there is no concept more ridiculous from the 80s than acid wash jeans. But we all have our own like little thing, but we all appreciated each other's differences, and we all got along. It was like, hey, and we did a story. I don't know if you remember this, Chris, when we had our teen reporter program here called The Beat, and we actually took a bunch. At the time, we had, I think there were like 18 reporters. One of them was a reporter who wound up working for us later on, Janjira Hale, who now, by the way, if you guys are wondering, is a lawyer in Hawaii. So shout out to Janjira. We hope you're doing good. She's married now. There's a wonderful career ahead of her. And we had all of these people who, from different walks of life and different backgrounds. They all got together, and we had them have this like a music listening party, and they were in this
a music listening party.
And we had one girl.
Quite the shindig.
We had one girl who's Sabrina's walking back in, right? Yeah. We're talking about Bree about the.
He's still telling a story, Bree.
We're talking about like when the teen reporters they had their listening party, right? So we had one girl whose family was here on military assignment, and she grew up in the Midwest, so she was into country. We had one kid who was into rap. We had one kid who was into, like the emo thing. One person was into nu metal, and they all like exchanged music randomly. And the crazy thing was they all dug it, and they were like nobody said, oh, this is like stupid or whatever like that. They all really, really enjoyed it. Okay. And I've been hoping we can do something like that, because I would like to listen to some of your stuff. I've discovered so much amazing music on this show.
Yeah.
Just by the stuff that you queue up.
I'll send you some stuff, Jay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll send you some stuff too. I'll send you.
We work together, right?
Yeah.
We see each other every day.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can send me that stuff and the marshmallow cake.
Right. I'm getting that damn cake if it's the last thing I do today. I got permission from the boss. Field trip, Mike. You want to stroll?
Let's do it.
It's 7:05.
Marshmallow, as long as it ain't yellow.
Did you really, Jace?
Let's just give a little room and let this guy breathe, man. You're running pretty hot today, Jay.
Yeah. Memo, note to self, decaf from now
on. Wednesday, April 7th. Let's go to the Zoom room where we have the executive director of the Guam Ethics Commission, Jesse Kanga, in the Zoom. Good morning, Jesse.
Hey, half a day. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree, and good morning, Jason. I heard his rendition earlier for the Ethics Commission, and I have to say, if we got to go give public testimony, I want to lead with Jason and then provide our testimony, because I think that provides the most impact.
Right, Jay. Maybe you need to do a little video.
Well, thank you, Jess. I mean, I've known you for a really, really long time. Been having the.
I feel like it's not ethical to call him Jess, though. I feel like a Jesse is like the ethical full name.
You're fine. I get all types of variations. Even Dingan is fine.
Right.
So
Director Sus.
I can't wait to be a doctor, so then they can call me Dr. Sus.
Right. Hey, then you're gonna get canceled, though.
Yeah.
7:06. So, Jesse, we'll get right into it here. What did you make of this bill from Senator Moylan, basically calling out the Guam Ethics Commission, saying, "Oh, it's too beholden to the governor. Governor got too much authority over you guys. Let's make it elected instead of appointed."
Wow. Good morning to you too, Chris. This is a lovely way
Good
for
morning
us
to
to
you,
start the
Senator
interview.
Moylan.
No, I think we all find that very an interesting proposal. And in fact, we're very excited to discuss that with the full commission. So in accordance with the open government law, we are anticipating to meet this actually next week, Friday, to discuss this bill and its purpose and to see what implications that might have for the commission. So for now, I don't have a formal opinion or formal comment on his bill, and I hope that we can have that lively discussion at our meeting and then be able to provide testimony at the hearing.
Well, I guess just right off the bat, what would you say to members of the public who maybe would agree that it's a little too close for comfort, the governor's oversight and being able to put people on and take people off?
Well, I think that's everyone has a point to make with regards to involvement with the administration and also the legislature. So personally, I think I can speak on my personal opinion. There is value, I believe, in having individuals who are elected. It takes them away from having the sort of influence that is expected or anticipated. But I mean, there are drawbacks as well. I think it would be great for us to review. There are other jurisdictions. In fact, I believe every state has an ethics commission, and it'd be interesting to find out how many of these states have within them elected positions, or are they filled otherwise? I just did a quick review, and Hawaii, our closest jurisdiction other than CNMI, their ethics commission members are an application process, and the members are approved by a judicial panel within the court system. So these are other ideas that I think are worth exploring. But ultimately, I think we agree with the sense that we ought to have an apolitical and independent commission, especially if we want the community to have full faith that we'll be able to hear their concerns. Right. And there are certain components about being independent that I feel are missed in the bill. So first is the words autonomous within the government of Guam. It currently exists in the proposed bill and in current statute that the Ethics Commission is within the government of Guam. So I'll give you a scenario. When the Ethics Commission is trying to lease a space or to procure website services, we have to go through procurement through the General Services Agency, or GSA. So the challenge we have anticipated is what would happen in a situation where a GSA buyer happens to be subject to an ethics complaint, and what predicament that might provide for us in the commission. So our response is, give us that autonomy that you've afforded to other entities that are like us, like the Office of Public Accountability and the Guam Election Commission. And in fact, there is a bill out right now that is pending a public hearing authored by Senator Joseph Augustine that would provide just that. And then there are other components too that currently exist, some safeguards, so to speak, with the current law. So it isn't, I don't think it's accurate to say that the governor alone could institute their own individuals into this commission, because there is a confirmation process. And this process is highly public and allows the legislature to provide that check and balance, fully vet who are these individuals, what are their backgrounds, and do they seem fit to serve on the board? And I believe we take that away by politicizing, so to speak, this office that is supposed to be non-political. And further, our membership currently have term limits, and that's something that is missed in the bill. I would love to see term limits so you don't find individuals that are taking office for long periods of time and, so to speak, form their own kingdoms. And you find them pandering to sort of the public opinion and not so much about the interests of the public. So those are some immediate thoughts.
Right.
I want to say, though, that the commission has been involved and hit the ground running. It's not easy starting up a new government Guam agency. There's a lot of different work that's involved, and it's exciting work, and I want to talk about a few of those things. So the commission has been able to begin the bid process for having an office. We were able to close last week, Friday, to no bidders, but we've extended that proposal for another week. And we've also begun discussions on a website, a formidable website that will allow for anyone in the community to issue complaints and be issued a ticket. And like the USPS, where you can track your package, we're hoping that the website will include capabilities where you can track complaints and find out what is the current status of your issue and where is it now within the process of being reviewed by the Ethics Commission. We have a few bills that just yesterday we were able to testify on. And yesterday's bill was authored by Senator Sabina Perez. This bill talked about mandating ethics in government training for all employees of the government of Guam, a great bill. And we testified in support of that bill. Part of the component that would allow us to avail this training to all government employees was this idea that we would offer an online learning portal so that individuals could access our webpage, watch a few videos to kind of go through the topics that need to be covered, and then get their certificate at the end. So we're very busy, and ultimately we'd like to ask to give us that opportunity to get the work done. And then from that experience, you can decide for yourself if it's worth or necessary for there to be changes in the Ethics Commission. But right now, out of the gate with all the things that are going on, to me, I think give us a chance first before we make changes when it isn't necessitated.
When are you hoping to, I guess, be able to accept complaints?
So the process we talked about in our last interview was this promulgation of rules. And at our last meeting in March, the commission gave me the green light to start to formulate and propose these set of rules. I think what is the challenge, but it's not really a challenge, is figuring out how we want to present it to the community for them to digest. So there are a few ways that we can achieve this. The first is to have all the rules ready and to give that one time to the public to consume. The other, which is a little more time sensitive, is where we break down these rules section by section and have the community involved with each of our meetings to talk about the respective section, similar to, I think, what the process was early on for the cannabis board when they were trying to promulgate the rules. So those are up for consideration. And ideally, the timeline is to be able to have certain rules approved by May, which is next month, and then have our hearings begin in June. So if we can achieve that and then work out the rest of the components, then that would be a big win for our community, because I imagine there are a lot of people that are waiting at the door to start the process for making complaints.
Is that, though, all dependent on when you guys get in office?
No, we're exploring, and we have already capabilities like Zoom, which you use on your platform. So hearings, I think, can happen virtually. If we can establish even a virtual office, which is a website, and then we have opportunities for persons to engage with us and communicate those concerns, then if those are in place, I'm comfortable to say that we can start having those cases even without an office. But I imagine we will have one relatively soon. We're far along in the procurement process than most others are, so I'm comfortable to say that within a few weeks we will have a space.
I kind of wanted to go back to the, I guess some of the issues that, I mean, it's not just Senator Moylan. I mean, people have been talking about the Ethics Commission and, the governor and the involvement. But just having followed this story over the last, since Lou and Josh came into office, it was kind of like one thing after another. I know that there were definitely problems with you guys getting a budget, right? And so as it stands now, just being beholden to the whims of Lester Carlson and whether or not he's going to give you guys the money, or if he's in a bad mood that day, you're not going to get, you know what I mean? So I can see that this bill from Senator Moylan puts you in an interesting position, because if you're arguing for the status quo and Senator Moylan's painting it as like, oh, they're too involved with the governor, then it kind of makes it seem like you're saying, no, we're good the way it is, right?
If this is a point for comment, no, I don't think that I'm arguing for or against at this point. Do I have an opinion now? Not yet. Will I have one in the future? Absolutely.
Right.
And part of that process is to hear from the full commission and my bosses as to their desires and representing that out in the public. With regards to budget, I see that that is an issue that we would have even if our members are elected, because again, there is specific language that would allow us to be independent that needs to be in statute that formulates the commission, which we don't have currently in statute, and it's not in the bill as presented. So there are a few words that we would recommend if this moves along in the process as to how we can improve the bill. And it's good to mention the budget too. If you recognize that the budget provides an increase in the stipend, it's 1,000% increase. So currently our memberships get compensated the standard $50 per meeting. It's very small, and that grows to $500 a month. So the challenge will be how much that translates to an annual appropriation, which I think exceeds $40,000. So we have to go back and try to make concessions. If it does get back to us and it becomes law, then there will need to be either an increase in appropriations to the Ethics Commission, or you're going to have to ask us to make some maybe not have an office space, or we eliminate a vacant position and it's just me again to provide services for the full board. So those are concerns that we have that I think will present a full picture for what are the true needs for the commission and what we ought to receive from the legislature and from the governor's office.
You know, when you said,
but no, I was gonna make a point here. Yesterday, we were described as growing a tomato fruit, and the idea was to have the tomato adjusted, so to speak, before it gets to the rotten phase. So I think we're not even at the fruit stage yet. You know, we're still a stem. We just need a little more TLC and a lot more sunshine through the Sunshine Act open government law. And I think we're going to have a very good fruit from the Ethics Commission.
Yeah, that metaphor that Senator Moylan, I was like, where's that? What? I didn't get it. But, hey, you know,
I think our fruit will be, go ahead. Sorry, Chris.
No, go ahead, yeah. Your fruit is going to be more local or what?
No, I think our fruit will be so good that we might be able to compete with Justice Gatewood's competition for that tomato growing competition.
Oh yeah, with my tomato, I just set it and forget it. I just check, look at it. Okay,
really?
Yeah.
It's a little different from an ethics commission, though.
Yeah, just let it grow on its own.
Let it grow, and you're right.
That's what I do with mine.
I like that theme.
And you got that.
Let it grow on its own.
She put the stick in the.
To help it along.
Right, to help it along, to keep it straight, Jesse, to keep it growing straight up.
And you know what? I want to say the link and a lot of media partners serve as that stick, even our community, for us at the Ethics Commission. We want to be very public, and we want this to be a fully engaged process from start to end. And we've been able to deliver on that, and we want to continue to do that. So give us that opportunity to get this done with the process. And if it is found, down the road that perhaps there are changes that are warranted because we have evidence of it, then let's do it. I wouldn't stand in the way of that.
Yeah. You know, when you said you did your research about how members are put into different ethics commissions, and you mentioned Hawaii, did you come across anything where it was a hybrid commission, where you had some members who were appointed, some who were elected, like the school board maybe?
I have not, but that presents a really good alternative as well. I think, see, these are all great suggestions that are worthy of exploration. A hybrid board would provide varying perspectives, so you don't have majority that are sort of pandering to the electorate and instead are rooted in trying to address these concerns as fairly and as honestly as possible. So currently, I mean, our makeup of the board are incredible professionals. And, one of the things that happens when you take office as a commissioner is you now become mandated by law to be apolitical. You cannot be involved in any campaign or make campaign contributions. And you also have to be independent. So the influence from any elected official is absent. And I don't foresee that an elected official would want to put into office somebody who's maybe a big donor or great at political strategy on how to get elected, because then they would lose that asset. But a hybrid board, back to that idea, Chris, is excellent, because my worry is just yesterday you had an interview with Maria Pangilinan. She talked about having the lowest voter participation in the history of Guam elections. So what would that mean for those that want to seek or don't seek office with the Ethics Commission? There is language in the proposed bill that majority of those who hold office will constitute a quorum. What happens if we only have 3 out of the 7 who hold office? That means 2 individuals will get to decide yes or no on all ethics cases. And I might see, compared to my current makeup, instead of seeing a medical professional or a telecom executive, I might see former senators. And, the perspective and their drive is different. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm saying that we miss out on perspectives that will present us a fair and balanced review of these complaints.
For the commissioners and even for yourself, is this a situation where if there's a new governor and a new administration, that the sitting ethics commission, will be removed, and then the new governor gets to appoint whoever he or she wants?
So we are fortunate that they serve currently staggered terms. So we have 2 positions that are due to expire this year, 2 next year, and 2 the following year. So at any time, there's going to be a change in administration, and imagine there's also going to be a change in opportunities for that administration to infuse members into the Ethics Commission. We can expect that reasonably, but there's also term limits. So even if that administration were to serve the full 8 years, if they find a certain member to be favorable who's already serving when they take office, that same member would be ineligible because they reached their term limit, and they're required to find others who may be willing to serve in this capacity. And that's wisdom from the past, to think ahead and say, we don't want certain individuals to stay here forever and make kingdoms for themselves. We'd like fresh perspective and different ideas, and it forces those who hold the highest office on Guam to think about who they want to put in this position, because it is only for 2 terms at the most.
What about for your position?
So the director serves at the pleasure of the commission. And currently I serve based on majority who wish to keep me or to do a new search. And that will be up to them. So I imagine even if a different administration were to come in, it would follow the same process. Thankfully, I was not an appointee of the administration. I was selected and hired by the commission. So the membership itself have agreed to do annual performance evaluation, similar to what you would find with other similar officials like the superintendent of education or the president of the Guam Community College. I'm at the will and desires of the commission. If I do a good job, I get to stay, and if I don't, then the commission has that opportunity to launch a search and find a more suitable candidate.
All right. But as of today, if I wanted to file an ethics complaint, I wouldn't be able to.
Well, because we want the process to be fully operational and stood up. Unfortunately, Our fear is to have it received prematurely and that affecting the outcome of the ethics complaint. And we're coming in close. We're very close to having this opportunity available. And we want to be sure to tell the community that we are ready from beginning to end. You know, and you can be rest assured that your fair process will be done with regards to that complaint. And there are also questions about anonymity. So do persons who file get to be anonymous throughout, or is there a certain point in time where you have access to see who exactly is making the complaint? Because I believe those that are accused also have the right to find out who their accuser is. And we find that there are lots of jurisdictions that present us with great opportunity to review and pull away their best practices. And we're incorporating that in Guam's rule promulgation.
All right.
Okay.
When's the next meeting again?
We're meeting on Friday. Let me pull that up. Let's see. Friday, April 16th. We'll send out a media announcement to everyone. And, you know, that will be the first opportunity the commission will have to openly discuss and to come up with their position on the bill. But I just want to say that we are very excited. A lot of bills have been happening that engage us at the Ethics Commission, and we're very happy to be a part of that process. So just yesterday, again, we provided testimony of the bill that would mandate the ethics training for all government employees. A great idea. We have Senator Moylan's bill, which would make the commissioners an elected office. And then we have another bill by Senator Joe Sinaxin, which will provide for and affirm the independence of the Ethics Commission. So all these things are great for us. It keeps me busy, plenty busy, but it's exciting because it shows that there's value in our community, that we do see that the Ethics Commission is important and that we want them to succeed. And I can't fault anybody for wanting to do that. So I thank all our community members who continue to show interest. And I thank all senators, including Senator Moylan, for finding ways to improve this process. And we're excited to see it happen.
Jess, you know how you provided testimony on that one bill. Is that something that the commission is going to be doing just moving forward, like kind of looking at the lay of the land and providing testimony on measures that come through the legislature that may or may not necessarily affect the Ethics Commission?
That is something to examine. I'd love to bring that up to the board to see if that is of value for them in my capacity. I agree that there's opportunity for us to provide feedback if certain measures meet the muster for ethical standards, or if there are ways that we can improve. So there's a balance to that. I think in some ways we ought to do it, and in others, you know, best we stay clear just in case that becomes an ethics complaint, and then we can have some sort of independence from that.
Right.
So we'll see. But I know with regards to the agencies, there will be lots of opportunities for us to meet. We talked about eventually having a report card to take a look at the open government law and all the requirements and find out and rate these government agencies from A to, you know, needs improvement. You know, how open and transparent are you? Are you posting your meeting minutes, recordings as required by the law? And if you're not, then we ought to give recommendations for how they can achieve that. And that's our goal. And we think we can do that. And we believe that if we do that well, we're going to have a government that is transparent and is of service to the community as it should be. But we'll start with us. The highest standard comes with us, and we're going to be the gold standard. And we hold our partners, both in the community and in media, to hold us to it. Make sure that we are the gold standard.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thanks, Jess.
Thank you. You have a great morning.
You too.
You too, my friend. Take it easy. Yeah, that was interesting. I'm just going to say, though, that if they come out with that report card for transparency and it's all straight A's, I'm going to flip my lid. Because I just cannot imagine them giving Governor Liu like an F on anything. 7:31. Hey, we're coming back with the Speaker of the Guam Legislature, Senator Teresa Terlahi, next at 7:30. Hey, the link is brought to you by East West Rental. You got a big project, you go check them out. They got all kinds of rentals for your big home projects or, maybe just fun stuff, all right? Also, Cobble Enterprises, carrier for Maricon Babies. You know who you are. You're so cool. 647 cool. Jack in the Box with the triple bonus jack. It's back, a returning favorite. Jack's triple bonus jack combo is everything you need to indulge. Add a patty, make it a fatty. Make it a quad for $1 more. Okay? 7:31, we're back with more of the link next. Good morning.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUAM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with the link live on location with Chris and Sabrina visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Ben Magalahi Lazama. Hungan Magayan. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Miguel. Jason, good morning. Good morning, Facebook Live. 7:37. Let's head into the Zoom room, where Speaker Teresa Terlahi is standing by for our standing every other Wednesday. Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Rena, Chris, Jason, and Guam. Good morning.
Let's just
And happy Easter.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I wanted to start with the briefing because yesterday was the deadline for the legislature to file its brief in the governor's request to the Supreme Court to issue a declaratory judgment, I guess, on her Organic Act powers to quarantine individuals. And also, I guess this also involves the emergency superpowers when a public health emergency is declared. So can you kind of go through the filing?
Sure, be happy to. And thanks for the question, Sabrina. So yesterday was our deadline, and our council filed a brief in response to the invitation from the Supreme Court to answer us to the question whether these two particular statutes contained in the health emergency law, whether they are inorganic or not. And so we argued, the legislature argued that they are organic. They are consistent with the Organic Act that says, subject to the laws of Guam, the governor, has powers of quarantine. But of course, so we argued that these exercise of creating these laws that was done in legislatures past, it was actually sponsored by Eddie Calvo at the time, that that exercise of lawmaking authority by the legislature was absolutely valid. And in fact, it was debated at the time. And they pointed out exactly what we are discussing today, that there are, potentials for abuse of power. And so these were protections. These two statutes in particular give individuals access to the courts if they wanted to appeal their quarantine. And so that these would be protections for those who were being quarantined and thought that it should be reviewed by someone else. And so we stand firm that these are within the powers of the legislature, and as is the power to make laws regarding healthcare in general. Healthcare, quarantine, and pretty much all topics on Guam, the legislature has been authorized to make laws on. Mm-hmm. So we believe that the laws and the governor's powers can act together, and that they should act together, and that one should not act without the other.
Can we fast forward to the end? What does this mean in layman's terms if the governor wins or if you guys win?
Well, I think it's important to me because I think, technically it's going to say whether these two statutes are organic or not, and whether a person in quarantine is going to have access to the courts to appeal that quarantine or not, right? That's one. But in the bigger picture, to me, this might implicate the entire chapter that gives health emergency powers. Now, the legislature gave these superpowers, and the governor is saying we've exceeded our authority in granting this type of power. Then really, she might be saying that she wants to act without any rules, right? Or that she will create the rules. In fact, that is one of her arguments, is that she will create the rules and that we should not have created any statutes, any type of parameters around her quarantine. And I just think, I don't know, for me, that would be chaotic if we are going to rely on every different governor to create its own set of rules and not give these individuals any protections at all. And so that's really, I think, the most important part, is that these particular statutes are the ones that give individuals in quarantine the right to go and tell somebody else. And in this case, it's the court. Yeah. So that was the original reason why this declaratory judgment was filed, was because these individuals went to court. And the court was agreeing with them that public health had not, either didn't have the correct reason to quarantine them or was not quarantining them according to the statute. And so now, the governor's arguing, well, we shouldn't be bound by that statute anyways, because the statute is inorganic.
Right.
And so, of course, we're arguing that no, quarantine, you have the power to quarantine, you have the power to decide the public health authority, but your quarantine must fit within these parameters. And these are very general parameters, and they are the only parameters that give protections to the individuals.
Right. And then what we're seeing now is the individuals have little to zero, but in most cases, no protection against quarantine. And it's hard to kind of see the rhyme and the reason when you look at who's getting exempted from quarantine and, more importantly, who's not. Right. And I feel like on any given day, like today, if someone was going into quarantine, they should have and be afforded the opportunity to go before the court. I mean, let's take fully vaccinated individuals right now. Like the CDC came out with this guidance, although they did defer to the states and the territories on the implementation of it. But I feel like if someone's coming to Guam and they're fully vaccinated and they have their negative test, they should be able to go before a judge and say, hey, the CDC says this, I shouldn't go into this government quarantine, because I just feel like there probably hasn't been a single cabinet member who's had to sit through quarantine when coming back from travel. I would bet my paycheck that not a single cabinet member of this administration has had to sit in a quarantine hotel. Guaranteed. But,
I think that the laws are still in place despite this request for an opinion by the Supreme Court. The laws remain in place. So I do believe that the public defender continues to represent people in quarantine who believe that they should be out for different reasons.
Right.
But I absolutely agree with you with the exemptions, that I don't think the exemptions match our risk or our health, what we say on the other side, right?
Yeah.
That we're all at risk and this is what we're trying to protect from. I don't think they necessarily match each other. We're getting exemptions for people, because their work is important versus their lower risk, or, they won't spread it so much. They're completely different analysis. And I don't always necessarily agree either. What we're calling, what did they say? Essential or more essential than others. Yeah, that's where we get it into the foggy areas, I think.
Right.
Like I've heard, if you're accompanied by an essential, or you are accompanying an essential person, you are also exempt.
Right.
Or things like that.
If you're in the same household. Right.
We just got the brief that was filed, and I noticed a lot of reference to the Section 1421 in the Organic Act, which you've kind of been talking about regarding quarantine. But is there anywhere else in the Organic Act that talks about, the governor's power to quarantine, or this is primarily it?
That's it. Yeah, that gives the governor power for healthcare and hospitals and quarantine. But again, the very first line in that sentence is subject to the laws of Guam. Mm-hmm. So our argument is that of course gives the legislature power to to create laws in these areas as well. And this was discussed in a prior case in Berdalio versus Baldwin. It was also regarding the hospital. And in that case, the legislature had mandated that the hospital's board be appointed by different nonprofit groups or different groups, that they would select, a member to be on the board. And so it took away the power from the governor. But in this case, we take no power away from the governor. These laws have taken no power away from the governor. It's still the governor who is appointing the public health, director, the public health person in this whole pandemic. It's still the governor who is dictating through the guidelines, through public health, as to how these quarantines will really be implemented, right? And it's the governor's executive orders. We cite in our brief all the executive orders that the governor has laid out, which lay out, in addition to the statute, additional processes for quarantine and who's exempt and who goes in and who doesn't, that type of thing.
It also just kind of seems like a whole separation of powers kind of thing, because, it just kind of, when you read through it and you kind of like digest it, it just seems like the governor is saying, legislature, you guys can't tell me what to do when it comes to quarantine. Judicial branch, no, step back. That's just kind of what it seems when you look at all of this. Is this kind of how you're viewing it as well?
No, you're absolutely right, Sabrina. You hit that right on the head. It's that's exactly what it is. In fact, that's why we were invited, because the Supreme Court recognized that it was a separation of powers question, directly affecting the legislature. And the question is exactly, does the governor have this power by herself, or is this a power that the legislature is subject to laws of Guam created by the legislature? And I don't know if I finished my story about this. So this bill, the laws that we're talking about were made when Eddie Cabell, he was a senator. He had sponsored these laws, and at the time they had a debate. And at the time, our governor was actually a senator at that time. Right. And so, in the brief, you'll see that even the debate at that time was what we're talking about now, that we were worried, they were worried, and she was worried about individuals being quarantined, having no recourse, and that this was a protection for them, that this bill, took care of these people.
Oh, the irony.
Balanced. Right.
and this bill was also, back then, it was signed by the former governor, Carl Gutierrez.
Right.
Correct.
Right?
Yes. Soon we forget.
Yep.
And I wanted also just clarification in this Emergency Health Powers Act. Does it say that the governor has all this power, or does it say that the Public Health Authority has the powers?
There are certain powers in that act given to the governor, but almost all of the rest of them are given to the Public Health Authority. And of course, ultimately, the governor has the power to select the Public Health Authority, right? So that's her ultimate power. And to create the executive orders that waive laws, right? So those two clearly were given to the governor.
And so in this situation, she appointed herself as the Public Health Authority.
Well, technically, in one of her early on executive orders, she appointed the director, which was Linda
DeNarcy at the time. Right.
Yeah. Linda DeNarcy.
That was interesting, Speaker, because as you remember, I know you know, Bree, it was like the governor was coming out and she was like, yeah, I'm the boss. And then there was some pivot where it was like all of a sudden she was like, oh no, Linda DeNarcy is the Public Health Authority. Public Health oversees it. But then what you ended up seeing was that the governor was just manhandling public health. You know what I mean? I don't even know if that's the right term to use.
Well,
heavy hands, yeah.
The pivot might have been because, we kept pointing out that the statute requires public health to be making these certain types of decisions, public health to be making this type of action, and,
Right, and so that was Linda DeNarcy was supposed to be in charge, but what they ended up doing was they were like digitally forging her signature to get her approval on all kinds. I mean, it's crazy, guys. Crazy.
So was it an executive order that allowed her to be the Public Health Authority, or that designated herself to be the Public Health Authority? I don't recall that far back.
No, you mean it allowed
the governor to be the Public Health Authority?
No, she's arguing Organic Act powers by that statute you pointed out. That I mean that the Organic Act provision
Section.
that you pointed out that says, the
Okay.
governor has power over hospitals, healthcare, and quarantine, but subject to the laws of Guam.
Madam Speaker, I wanted to ask because I think Senator Duenas had talked about in the states, certain states where you have legislatures suing. I want to say he said they were suing the governors over the federal monies and who has the authority, who has jurisdiction over these federal monies. Now that we're seeing this lawsuit, are we anticipating any type of legal action through the courts to maybe challenge the governor's assertion that she's got the purse with the $600 million in it?
Well, that's one option. I have not seen that on the table right now, but of course I am keeping close eye on all the other jurisdictions. I'm sure that our Office of Finance and Budget Chair is doing the same. We are looking at guidelines that are going to be coming out of the Treasury, and so we will take it from there. It's kind of, and of course, I think it's incumbent on us as the legislature to be creative as well, right? I mean, if you can't directly dictate how the $661 million is going to be spent, you can definitely dictate how the rest of the budget of the government of Guam will be spent. And so you have to balance the two, perhaps, right? Or, and I know the finance chair keeps asking, is this agency going to be getting any of the $661 million? Right. So, I think everybody's trying to use any method available to us to influence, how that will be spent. And at least to urge, like, for example, the EITC. I know there is one bill to put it towards different things, but that EITC money to me represents credit. It's tax credit. It for people. It's like a refund, right? It's money that they should get immediately when they file their taxes. And I would like to see that deposited immediately into the tax trust account so that it pays them right away, that there's no delay. Those are the people who need it the most, in fact, and so there should be no delay in paying them. And the other thing I'd like to see is that I would like to see some assistance to these taxpayers who fit into that category so that we can avail of as much as possible. They can avail of that as much as possible as well, right? That they can get help in doing their tax returns so that if they are eligible for EITC, that they are able to receive that.
Speaker, what about in the case of, because I know you're the tourism oversight, right? So the GVB president and permitting czar, former Governor Carl Gutierrez, had come on this show and said, I'm going to ask Governor Liu for $20 million from the American Rescue Plan. Then when the governor came on, we had asked her and she said, he's getting $20 million. So in a case like that, do you then minus $20 million from GVB's budget since they're getting this $20 million from the American Rescue Plan? Because you see where it puts you guys in this interesting position where you've got the governor granting these millions and millions of dollars, which I don't even know how we police the spending of that if it's outside of the appropriation. Go ahead.
Yeah, I expect all the agencies, the mayors, everyone to ask for, part of the money and to prove why they need it. And I think, we agree, GVB, they need some money. Their tourist attraction funds are ridiculously low. So if they are going to market, they're going to need money. However, I was very surprised that the governor, outright is already making commitments of this money without giving us a plan. I think everybody wants to see a plan that looks comprehensive, that shows while you give GVB money, what happens to the rest, right? Yeah, who carries the burden? Who's left without anything? I really want to see that. And I think it's important. But by the way, because I'm not the oversight chair of GVB anymore, it's Senator Shelton is, yes.
Sorry.
But I agree. It's that's exactly the type of question that we are trying to address, I think, right now by looking in advance at our FY22 budget. That we're just a couple months away, maybe a month away from real deliberations on that. So I think all the ideas we're trying to mix up and. But that's one. It's like if the governor is already making commitments, yet we are not going to see those? That's the big question. When will we see what her plan is versus our plan? It should, I keep arguing that we should have a combined plan. It should make sense to all of us. Should make sense. If it makes sense to us, it will make sense to the public, and we've all bought into that. And that's that for me the ideal way to do this budget. I don't want to do what we did last year, and we were fighting over public health's budget last year. We were fighting over the hospital. We still have a budget request from the governor where the hospital receives no funds, and so. I don't know. It's I need to see, does that mean that she's committed these federal funds to the hospital, and the hospital gets its own federal funds also, but is it enough?
We don't know. We shouldn't be sitting here trying to thinking out loud, right? Where's this money going? Who's getting what? I mean, but we've got just a few minutes here, speaker, before we
why don't we take a break and then we'll bring her back on for the TV? Can we do that?
Yeah, we can. Can you hold through the break, Madam Speaker?
Of course, sure.
Okay. All right. So we'll be back with more of Madam Speaker. And I really want to get you on this letter here that was just penned a couple days ago to the chair of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, John Regis. And this is relative to that whole, I don't know if they're calling it, whatever they're calling it, but it's basically a land agent said, hey, Jack Attig did some stuff on my report, and felt like I was coerced into making some type of application or line switch or anyway. So they had gone into executive session. We had the chair on. It was just a massacre of a really uncomfortable interview. And so now the speaker has chimed in with his letter. So we're going to go into that real quick. But again, 757 on the Breeze radio side, we are KUAM FM in Hagatni, Guam. We're going to take a short break and be back with the KUAM TV portion of The Link, which is brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier, Jack in the Box, IT&E. Good morning. It's The Link.
The world of KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
And welcome, KUAM TV land. Good morning. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
And welcome to The Link at 8:05. The show is proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, Carrier, for my aircon babies, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. All right, Jack in the Box fish sandwich and deluxe fish sandwich combo, panko crusted wild caught Alaskan pollock fish fillet. Grab one at your local Jack in the Box today. It's good stuff. Let's get right back into it as it's going to get pretty backed up here in a second. 8:05, we're going to continue our interview with the Speaker, Teresa Terlahi of the Guam Legislature, who has penned a couple days ago a letter to, and this wasn't the first, we're told, a letter to all of the commissioners with the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, and then another letter to the chairman, John Regis. I just wanted to read a little bit of this letter here to Chairman Regis and the commissioners. As you are all aware, in light of numerous allegations that have surfaced from our community and during public proceedings, I sent a letter on March 24th requesting the official findings regarding the concerns raised by a land agent at the trust who advised the commission that recommendations submitted under her name were altered by the director, Jack Hattig, and requesting a status on any actions the commission will take to address the concern. The commission classified this matter as a personnel issue and has denied disclosure of a report to the public based on this justification. However, I urge a reevaluation of this decision as the allegation of alteration raised by the land agent is essentially a matter of great public interest to beneficiaries as to how applications are processed. And I guess we'll just first start. So, Speaker, obviously you don't think that this whole issue was a personnel issue?
They may have personal issues, and I don't know what they discussed, but the issue that was brought up in the meeting that we are talking about, and I think you're talking about, is how the application or whatever the request was by the beneficiary was being processed, whether the recommendations by the land agent were being altered or not. That is absolutely not it might have personal implications, but the public and the beneficiaries especially need to know how those cases are being handled. We need to know, first and foremost, were there other cases like that where the land agent's recommendations were altered? That's simple. They should have that answer now. And I want to know, were there other ones? Were there other ones at the cases that the commission made a decision based on an altered recommendation, right? That's very important. And if I'm a commissioner, I would want to know, I'm relying on these agents, and we're trusting that, they're experienced, they know what they're doing. Anyways, that there's no other interests involved, just straight up, the facts, hopefully.
We tried to ask the chairman.
That's the one thing. Yeah, I think that they need to answer those questions. And so when I first found out that they went into executive session, I couldn't fathom how that was going to answer these types of questions for the beneficiaries, right? Now, if they have personnel issues, that's a separate matter. And I don't know what those are because they haven't stated. So I've also asked them to tell me what the issues are that they are going into executive session. I've also asked 2 weeks ago for them to give me a copy of that report that they made regarding their interview of the agents. Because of that, I want to know, is this a problem that is like pervasive? Has it been going on for years, or is it just one, incident? And I think if we could find out that it was one incident, we could shut this and be done with it. And then the commission can deal with their director as they, feel is appropriate. And I also in my letter reminded the commission that it's totally within their authority, the hiring of the director of the trust, and it's their responsibility to ensure that this director is evaluated. It's supposed to be evaluated annually to make sure that they are, doing what they're supposed to do. And I know that back in 2019, they had, when they brought him on, had given him a list of things that they wanted him to accomplish. And so I am expecting that if they have a personal matter, I hope it's that they are, checking what is the progress of, our accomplishments with this director.
Well, just having followed the land trust, I know that there had been an effort to remove Mr. Hattig as the administrator of the land trust. But however, obviously the governor is backing him through this. And she had said her quote was that she didn't think that he meant to do anything against the rules and regs, which to me sounds like there was a breach of those rules and regs. However, the governor believes it's not intentional. But, Speaker, what's the remedy? Because what we have here, it appears that they abuse the executive session to discuss matters that should have been discussed openly and publicly. However, they weren't, and they were able to discuss whatever, who knows, behind closed doors in executive session. And now we can't get the report. There's no way of knowing what was discussed. So what is the remedy for the people of Guam?
Well, we've seen it in other cases. For example, the GWA and GPA pay raises, when that was done in executive session, should not have been. There are things that you cannot discuss in executive sessions or cannot make decisions on back there. And the Attorney General was very active to, come out and condemn them and tell them they have to reverse those actions, or those actions were null and void. And I'm hoping that that's what's going to happen here. It's kind of awkward because it's the Attorney General has a representative that is advising the trust, and I know that the chair, and I feel for these chairmen of not just this commission but all their boards. They're very reliant on counsel, and we want to trust that these counselors are giving them some good advice as to when they are in executive session that it's appropriate. But just because we've seen it before, it's not always the case. So I would like for the Attorney General to take a look at this as he has, the other executive session cases, and make his own determination as to whether this is appropriate, advise his counsels as to, what the board should be doing going forward. And that I also wrote him a letter a couple weeks ago asking, or maybe a week ago, asking that he provide again training for all boards and all directors on open government law and FOIA. Those two laws, I think, are so very important that if these commissioners and these board directors do not understand those, like, up and down, we run into all kinds of problems. And so I've confirmed, we have, gone through the process, confirmation hearings for so many people this term. And I mean, last term, this term, they're relatively new. And a lot of these people are coming in without any government experience at all. I don't think they're used to these open government laws. And so I think, and the Attorney General gave an excellent presentation in 2019 at my request to senators. And so I'm asking him to do that again for the boards, the commissioners, and that they get all, get up to speed on open government and FOIA in particular.
Right. Yeah.
Other laws, I think I listed there, but those are the most important ones that this is where we're going to have lots of issues.
Right. And I mean,
this commission, is we've got pretty much all three members on the commission that are active right now are all new. The only experienced commissioner is on, I think he's on active duty, so he's not available. Yeah. So, it's this turnover also of, chairpersons of the commissions and the commissioners. They have to continue to be, to improve the process. We're going to have to educate them in these laws.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, you could kind of see and I don't know if that's a reflection of the commissioner's private sector experience, but in the private sector, when an allegation like this would come up, like let's say I, forged Sabrina's time card or whatever, what would traditionally happen in a private sector environment is it would not be a public open discussion. It would be you get called into the boss's office, they shut the door, and no one else in the company would know what happens. But this is not the private sector, right? But Speaker, I just wanted to.
And this is not a timesheet. This is an application for land, and it's their sole duty is to process these things correctly. And that's how we got into the Barragata Heights mess, Chris, that you always like to point out. And that is how we're going to stay out of that kind of mess, is by keeping what's supposed to be public, keeping the decisions in front of the board. It's why I objected to, a couple months ago, there was a resolution to delegate again authority back from the board, the commission, to the director. And I very much objected to that, saying that's how we got here in the first place. We're not going backwards, I hope. We're going to move forward with checks and balances. Whatever the director does can be reviewed by a board. What the agents recommend also can be reviewed by a board. And the board, they're going to have to really be very diligent and do their own research if they have to, on
We had Senator Joanne Brown on yesterday, and this is my last question on this. We asked her point blank, should there be an oversight hearing on this issue? She said yes. Your thoughts, Madam Speaker?
I've actually told the chairperson in my letter that my first letter, I didn't get an official response. I didn't get the records I was asking for, the report. I didn't get the topic of the executive session, and I'm not satisfied whether the issue that was brought up was a pervasive one or it's a single time, failure or mistake, right? And so those three things I'm not satisfied with. So that's why I wrote the second letter, and I asked again, and then I said more about their authority to it's their authority to deal with their chairperson. However, these beneficiaries need this information, and I want this information. And if, we don't get it, we are going to set an oversight hearing. I just think it's so much faster to get this information. Why wait for an oversight hearing? They should just produce this information right away. And we can have an oversight hearing, but like I said, I think if we're talking about things that are going on, government law, the AG should get involved. And if we're talking about things where somebody's forging somebody's name, the AG should get involved, right? I mean, that should be determined. And if it's not happening, then they should say that straight out, and let's move on, because this trust has a lot of work to do.
Yep.
It just seems unconscionable that you haven't received a response. We're going on a month since they went into executive session, and they discussed the findings of this investigation.
Yeah,
But you haven't even gotten a phone call or anything?
No, yes, I've talked to the chair. But yeah, what I'm saying is they're saying they're relying on their counsel, that they're doing this under counsel's advice. And so that's why I think, the Attorney General needs to take a look at this, because I don't know.
Is their counsel a private attorney, or is it a assistant AG?
It's Toft, right? Is it Toft?
Yeah.
Nicholas Toft of the AG's office. He's like an assistant AG. Madam Speaker.
Well, if it's an assistant AG that's representing the CLTC, and we're going to ask the AG?
Yeah, I mean.
That's the way it is, Sabrina. Unfortunately, all of the agencies are represented by assistant AG, but, GWA wasn't when the Attorney General got involved. You're correct. But still, the Attorney General, they're absolutely able to give another set of eyes on this and make sure that it's proper.
What about the employees, Madam Speaker? So you have here a classified land agent supposed to be protected by the merit system, has no other option but to testify before a board in a public setting, raising these allegations about a director. The whole matter promptly gets swept under the executive session carpet. How do we guarantee our hardworking classified employees that their elected leaders and the people that are put in positions of power over them are going to be held accountable? That the leaders are going to defend these employees when instances like this come up?
Well, I actually want to commend the chairperson, because when he heard that from the employee, he stopped the meeting immediately, or he stopped action on this and said he was going to investigate. So what I'm saying is, let's just hear the results of your investigation, or put it on the record what's going on with this type of action. And I like I did before, I want to commend this employee. I do believe employees, despite merit protection, are very fearful of reprimand or retribution. That they remain very fearful of that. I acknowledge that, and I don't want to call them out either. I don't want to call them to a public hearing where they have to say this in front of everyone. They just want to do their jobs, and so I'm really trying to put the pressure on the entire commission to do their jobs as well, to make sure that if this type of behavior is pervasive, that it get addressed immediately.
Well, from one land agency to another, the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission, you are calling and holding an oversight hearing tomorrow. Is that correct? And can you go into the background on what prompted this oversight hearing?
Yes, thank you. Oh, I'm so glad you asked about this. This is really top of my mind today. It is, so the Ancestral Lands, they too, this is another one of these agencies. They've been underfunded for years. So they, it's really hard to get their mission accomplished. I think anyway, and there are other issues that are plaguing this commission. However, one of them should not be their list of ancestral landowners and the list of properties, right? Now this they excel in. They are excellent at determining, making their list of properties and finding the heirs. In fact, we've got lists of properties that are ready to be returned to heirs that they cannot locate. And so I want to help them with that. But more importantly, I want to help them that we have since 2011, the military has promised as part of this whole build-up talks to end up on Guam with a net negative land, that they would end up with less land than they started with in 2011 after the build-up. So they're increasing in some parts and they're trying to decrease in others. So, but what I found in researching this is that since 2011, between 2011 and 2017, when the first report was mandated by Congress, so in 2017, they came out with a report that showed they planned to return 126 acres more, right? That they had returned 600 acres and were planning to return 126 more acres. But since that report in 2017, we are seeing the same list of land, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Some of those, I think a couple parcels on that list of 126 acres actually were removed because the military is saying now that they need them. And in response to the governor's request, they've added a couple parcels, including Eagles Field. 50 acres of Eagles Field. And the governor had requested hundreds of acres. I can't even remember how big that is. It's much, much larger. 50 acres is a very tiny portion of it. So they've also agreed to return 9 more parcels. So what I want to make sure with this hearing is that the Ancestral Lands Commission gets all the help that it can get in making sure that these landowners whose property are on these lists of land to be returned since 2017 at the very least, that they are aware of it and that they can be vocal, that they can be told you're on this list. And now I want them to be told that the military took you off the list, by the way, or I want them to be told, oh, there's another twist. Right now, the government of Guam is saying they're going to keep some of these parcels of land instead of going through the Ancestral Lands Commission. And I want to know, what is the Ancestral Lands Commission position on that? I think it's very important to know whether the Ancestral Lands Commission is going to fight for these ancestral landowners, to ensure that the law that we pass is going to be honored or not. Because if not, these ancestral landowners may be added to this long list of landowners whose property will never be returned because it's being kept by the government of Guam or kept by the military. And these landowners, according to a commitment that the government of Guam made, not the federal government, but the government of Guam made a commitment to these landowners that we would compensate you if we could not give you back the land. And we have not made, the government of Guam has not made good on that promise or that commitment yet. And if we are going to get there, the landowners need to know who they are. They need to know that that is the decision by the government of Guam. They should have an input as to that decision by the government of Guam. I think that's very important as well, that they know as early as possible so that they can also have an input as to whether their lands will be returned and whether they're going to be added to the list of people who need to be compensated. Now, the compensation is a whole other issue. We could spend 3 days on that alone, Sabrina, but in a nutshell, it is, they're supposed to be using crown lands or lands that, according to the records, it's not really true, but according to the records, have no ancestral landowners. They're supposed to be using those lands to develop and to bring in income to the trust. And that income, that cash, they're supposed to use to compensate those landowners who will never get their properties back, that the government of Guam has decided to keep. For example, the airport properties, right? So that's the issue, is now, the trust, all kinds of twists here. Now the trust tells us we need to use some of that money for our operations because we got kicked out of the land management, area. We need to get our own lease now. We need to pay for our own director now, and the costs continue to increase. They want agents. I want them to have some agents, but I do not want the beneficiaries' money to be spent on operations. So that's kind of where things lie right now. It's like, we're debating, are we going to pay these people? They have rules which are proposing to pay a different class of people than what is said in the law. That's another issue that's going to be brought up at the hearing. I want them to explain why they want a change in the law to change who would be the beneficiaries of the monetary compensation. Wow. And then, of course, we need to make sure that the investments of this trust are really getting the most value that it can, and so that we can get something to these beneficiaries.
Yeah.
It's really a justice issue, right? So this is a whole, for years, I'm a small part of a decades long fight to get these ancestral lands to the owners, and I think that's the number one priority. Second is if they can't get it back, to give them compensation, but I think everybody wants their land. That was, what was said for decades. So
yeah, we're talking the other day about like the lack of just remember back in the heyday, you had Patty Garrido, you had, of course, Ed Beneventi, Nashon Chamorro. A lot of them were just like really hard on the land return and the excess land. So we wanted to follow up on the just real quick before we let you go. The investigation that was supposed to be conducted by public health, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I actually had two more things.
Before we get there, can I just add one thing?
Yeah.
For example, the Eagles Field, right, that the military says they will return 50 acres of Eagles Field. And so I've asked the Ancestral Land Commission to tell me who are the owners of the Eagles Field. And so they have. And so I've given that list to you. And I am hoping that you can let these landowners know that they are on that list. You know what I mean? That's part of it. So even just the landowners on Eagles Field, the list is very long. And I just want everybody to know as things change, what the status of their property is. I still have people coming to my office asking me, isn't my land going to be returned? And their land is where the Salvation Army is, and their land is where these Oasis new center is going to be built. And I said, they believe they were promised years ago that that land would be returned. And so I'm looking through the documents. I don't see the promise. I see a deed to, Salvation, to the Gura, actually. So it's Gura who's subleasing it to, or, letting these other people use it, which is, the programs are great, but we haven't resolved that other issue over there. And so these landowners, they look at this, they look at it, and they're very, very quiet. And that's why I want to speak for them at this today. I want to speak for them tomorrow at our hearing. I want the Ancestral Lands Commission to decide whether they are going to speak for these people as well, and make sure that, they're not forgotten, that our commitment to them is not forgotten.
Right.
So sorry, I know. So now you wanted to talk about public health.
Yeah. The nurses and that investigation.
Yeah. Okay. I think I went back to the director again, and I think, so what the final, well, I can't ever say final, with this. So to them to tell you when it's final, but right now, what I think has happened is that as I told you before, they switched the management of the facilities. They've changed the nurses in charge. They've taken those people that were complained about, and they've actually moved them out. At first, they just moved them, and no one was satisfied with that. Not me, not the nurses who complained. And so, but now we found out that the directors actually let those people go. And they were temporary to begin with, so they've been let go. This is, action was taken. And the other issue was, whether they had made fraudulent accounting of their time. The director told me, I asked him, why did Byrne go on the radio and say he doesn't know anything about it? He said, the director of Public Health clarified for me that he was working with one of the DOA agents in that regard, or employees, and that I don't know, that's the arrangement they have. Now that part I'm not going to vouch for as to status, because it just seems to be taking forever and ever, and I don't know. But anyways, what I do know is that the managers that Public Health put into these quarantine facilities are some of the very long-standing supervisors at Public Health, and they're excellent. So I don't expect any kind of reports like that. And I think the morale of those who are working there has improved because of those changes. So that's very important to me. So I'm very glad for that.
I also just wanted to follow up, since we're talking about quarantine, is the quarantine and the isolation facilities and the money that we are just, making it rain and paying out. And, there's hardly anybody over at the isolation facility. The quarantine facility, we're looking at, if we achieve this path to half, 50% full vaccinations, that people wouldn't have to quarantine anymore. Have you heard anything? What are we going to do about the quarantine facility in Tumon and the isolation facility? Because last, we heard it was $20 million, but that was just from October to, I believe, January. It's now April.
Yeah.
Right. No, yeah, the costs are very high. But all I know, Sabrina, is that in May, when we go into, opening up or no quarantine for those who have negative tests, right? Then we should have a smaller need for quarantine. We, of course, have a very small need right now for isolation. And but there may still need to be some quarantine available. I'm guessing here, of course, I'm speculating because it's not clear, but I'm speculating that there will need to be some quarantine available if we are going to quarantine those who do not test negative or who tested positive, right? And so, but of course, the numbers should be so low. They should be so few. And last I checked, all of that quarantine facility was being reimbursed by FEMA. So it wasn't coming out of the CARES Act money last I checked. But of course, in the beginning, it was all coming out of the CARES money. In fact, that's why they were saying they could bypass all the procurement laws, was because it's CARES money, it's federal money, we don't need to follow. And I'm just glad that they're trying to follow procurement laws now. And so, it was months ago when they told us they were changing the facilities. They were, in the middle of, the procurement process to change those facilities. But now that things are changing so fast, and we might be in PCOR 4, in soon, or maybe when that travel, is opened, they might go inside. So that's that just changes everything, right? But I still think when people are positive, we should, as a government, provide a place for them to isolate. It doesn't need to be an entire hotel at all, but we need an isolation place. So I think we still need to have that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, appreciate it. There you go. That's our standing every other Wednesday with Speaker Teresa Terlahi. A lot of stuff on her plate, relative to her oversight. Let's keep it going here on the link and jump right back into the Zoom room where Education Superintendent John Fernandez is standing by. John, our apologies for the delay, but good morning and thank you for joining us.
Half a day, Chris and Sabrina and Jason and team. No problem. And that's, what a complex issue, set of issues that the speaker has to deal with. So we need to listen in, and thankfully that's not under my purview.
I know. I was listening like, oh, glad I'm not her. That sounds like a what?
Well, you have another path program, right? Isn't that launching? Is it today?
Yeah, so we do have there's a lot of things that are, there's always a lot of things happening. I was just going over my to-do list and, wasn't feeling very great. So many things on.
It's like,
but I'm very thankful. We have we have a team in place, a good team in place, trying to carry out all these various activities, and it's just only going to continue through the next into the next school year and beyond, with all the things that we have planned. So yes, the PATH program, which is really basically the home internet program. We're so glad. Obviously thankful to the governor for providing support, funding support for this, and to get through all the hoops that we had to jump through. But we're excited that we're able to move forward now, distributing the internet devices that'll take us through the next school year for those students who are going to be opting for online learning through school year, through the end of this school year, but definitely through school year 21-22. As you know, the board approved being able to do online as well as face-to-face instruction next school year. And as we phase out the hard copy model of instruction, parents and students have until April 9th to register for, to do the online model of learning. Otherwise, we're anticipating them back for face-to-face instruction. So for all those families that, did, either registered already for the MiFi devices, the vendor that was selected at the end of all of the process was IT&E. And we've worked with them and in partnership with the mayors to begin the distribution this week for those who have already been registered and approved to receive a device. So today, actually, we'll be starting at Sinajana Mayor's office from 10 to 12, and then again from 3 to 7. And then this will take place, throughout the week at different villages. So on Thursday and Friday, we're going to be doing this in Agate at the mayor's office, and then the afternoon at the Agate market. So that'll be Thursday and Friday. Saturday, we'll be doing it at the Dededo mayor's office from 8 to 4. Monday through Wednesday of next week, we will be at Mangilao Night Market from 10 to noon and then from 3 to 7. And then Thursday, we'll be back in Sinajana, and then Friday and Saturday back in Dededo. So we have this, this will be on our Facebook and our website for those who are interested in getting those details. And we'll continue to push this out to our parents. But basically speaking, IT&E is working with us to get the devices available, and the mayors are helping us with the distribution, so families don't need to go to the IT&E office to pick up their device. You can do it at any one of these distribution sites, and of course, again, we'll be getting the details out to the parents through their schools, through their normal communication channels. If parents are out there and they're interested and have not registered, whether they just didn't have the time to register up to until today, or if they are looking at going online next school year and have had internet access as a concern, you can still register for the PATH, the MiFi devices, and again, you have until April 9th to register for online. So we encourage parents and students to make sure to contact their schools to get their MiFi devices, as well as make sure they're prepared for next school year and the model of learning that they prefer. So thank you for allowing us to do that. In addition to that, the other announcement I wanted to make was, as we are preparing for next school year, we are very happy that the governor expanded the eligibility for vaccinations. So we will be working, and we have been working with public health to set up vaccination clinics that will be based at our schools. And we'll put out a public release maybe later today or tomorrow. But the first vaccination clinic, a school-based vaccination clinic, will happen next Monday at Teason High School. And so we'll have a schedule, that we will put out. But basically, we want students to know that, obviously, if they're interested, if you're 16 and above and you're interested in getting the vaccine, I think the only vaccine authorized is Pfizer, that they are able to go to UOG and work through their process. Or if they want to go to a school-based clinic, which will be prioritized for DOE employees and students, they can register with their school once we get that information out there and that schedule available. That'll help facilitate, what we hope will be, further students and employees vaccinated by the time we get to the next school year. So those are the two big announcements that we wanted to make sure everybody kind of, was on the front of their mind. And otherwise, I'm happy to kind of give you updates in any other area. We have a lot of things going on. I think, the other thing I do want to, maybe I'll sort of beat the news today, but we are working with the public auditor for the release of the GDOE audit, and we're excited, for their report to come out. I believe that based on their report, we will have our 8th straight consecutive year of clean audits for both our financial statements and our compliance with federal programs. So that really is a major accomplishment for us, and we worked, really want to thank our public auditor, BJ Cruz, for really pushing every agency to get this work done sooner on a tighter schedule. I know it was very hard, and I know it was hard for a lot of agencies, especially large agencies, to shift and meet those deadlines. But I do think it's for the overall benefit, of our government, getting that information done out to the public so we can, make the necessary corrective actions as soon as possible. So I want to thank him for pushing, and of course, Deloitte, our auditor, for working with us to, identify any issues that we need to address. So the details will be coming out hopefully today. But again, overall, we anticipate the report reflecting clean audits, no material weaknesses, no question costs. But we do have a couple of deficiencies that we will be working to address. One of them was in the fixed assets area impacted by COVID-19. So I think that'll be something that will be easy to address. And then the other one was, basically an accounting issue in terms of reconciliation of federal funding coming in at the end of the year. So I don't think those can't be overcome. But again, no material weakness, no question cost is really our target. So we're glad. I want to thank our DOE team for continuing to maintain that improved performance.
Well, so you guys are right up there with Gura.
Rooting for the top.
Okay, I wanted to follow up on the registration process because you mentioned that Friday is the deadline, but parents have been able to register their students for next school year since the 17th. What's been the response? And I don't know if you have any preliminary numbers in terms of what are our parents selecting in terms of their model of learning for next school year.
I won't give any numbers yet, except preliminarily we see that the online registration is, we're not seeing a big surge in the online registration. So I think you're seeing a lot of parents and students contemplating going back face-to-face. So we'll see what happens by the end of this week, which is the deadline. The other issue for us is, as we go through this process, there are parents out there who are waiting to hear more details about the online program and face-to-face. And as we told everybody, we are moving, to provide hopefully 5 days of instruction in both models. But of course, what we're trying to do is get those preliminary numbers in so we can ensure that we have enough teachers and we can schedule everybody accordingly so we can verify that is, going to be the schedule. So it's almost like a chicken and egg, thing. People say, well, I don't want to register for that because I don't know the details, but I've committed, say, no, we'll get those details out. What we're asking is, go ahead and register. We'll get the details out. If you think you might, want, maybe switch once you get the details, we would ask you to register for online. And then later on, if you wish to switch to face-to-face, that's definitely something we would support. It's going to be, I think we're not going to be in a position to approve a lot of the reverse, which is starting out face-to-face and then going online. I think there really is the desire of the board and, to get the kids back in school as much as possible. And even while we offer online, we're not yet set as to how long this online, option will last for all the students who are on there. I think there is a real desire from the board to start to set the parameters around distance learning so that we can continue it for those, where it's appropriate, but it might not just be this open-ended option for all students. Once we are safe for in-person return and to meet all the public safety and health requirements, I know we're going to want to tighten up the parameters. So for those who want to start online, we welcome you to do that. If you have any doubts, I would recommend you register for online. And if you want to switch over to face-to-face, that's definitely something we are going to support. And then be aware that as we go through next school year, there will be a discussion about just how long and how broad this online program will continue to be, because we do think that it is appropriate at certain age levels and for certain subject matters. And then we know that we're already discussing, the types of courses and classes and students who would definitely benefit and maybe need to be required to go to class or face-to-face instruction. So that's something I just want people to be aware of as we get further into the preparation for next school year.
Before we let you go, I did want to ask real quickly: is there any update on summer school?
We're right at the tail end. We're just trying to nail down the start and end time so that we can then start to organize everything else around that. So we were going, we were looking at 2 sessions and, a morning and an afternoon. And I think after reconsidering, the logistics behind that, we'd just be going with 1 session with extended hours. And we just need to set those hours. A part of that consideration is just the busing that would be needed to support the efforts, because the buses obviously will have to drop students and then pick them up and then drop them again. I mean, it might, I think we're looking at how to simplify the transportation issues. And then the other reason why we're trying to get those hours set is because we really want to work with the government, the governor's office and the community to make use of any available after hours, options for the community learning centers and other programs that we would like to support through the summer, and then hopefully next year after school. So there's a lot of reason. I just asked Deputy Superintendent Joe Sanchez yesterday or the other day just to see where we were with finalizing the time. So this week they're meeting to try to nail down the start and end time for summer school. I don't think it'll go beyond 1 p.m. So there'll be early afternoon dismissal, and that really gives us an opportunity then to start thinking about, okay, in the afternoon, are there ways we can build around summer school and provide, with other partners, activities and programming for students who still want to participate in those options, whether it's a summer camp, whether it's an extended learning, other types of programs. We really want to get that conversation going. So hopefully by next week, we'll have that nailed down.
All right. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you, John.
All right. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Wonderful. Thanks.
Okay. 8:48 on the link. We'll take just a super quick break, and we'll be back with more of the show next. Good morning.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Same as 50 plus 1. Yeah, we got to know each other. We had so much fun that we promised forever. And this time flew by. We got so much closer. Saying goodbye became so much harder. But then we went our separate ways for summer. Did what we had to do with others. And then the news came that you had gone away. So I began to cry like a mother losing her baby.
Hey, we do all local here in the link. That's Xavier Pride. It's a bunch of Xavier High students out of the FSM with a song called 50 Plus 1 Classic Island Music, 851. Hey, coming up, Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. They're proud to support the local music and support local appetites with the Sourdough King, as we got our care package this morning from our friend Rudy over at Burger King. We have the Sourdough King, which is flame broiled goodness, available at Hagåtña Tumon and the Micronesia Mall. Bree's been picking on the fries.
Can't help myself. Ugh.
You know, I got a confession. Whenever I go get Burger King for the kids, I always eat out of their fries. And then when I give out the fries, I give them the one that's like I ate 20% of. Like, anyway, good stuff. How's it look, Mike? Right on. Thank you for the King Cam there. And thank you again to our friends at Burger King. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room, where we have, like I said earlier, about 30% of the Department of Public Health and Social Services for National Public Health Week. And I see we have a good cross-section of the different, there's just so many divisions in public health, from environmental health to, of course, SNAP, benefits, COVID, right? I mean, just tons and tons and tons. And there was a, what was it, Bria, virtual, was that a national proc signing yesterday or Monday?
No, it was the governor holding a proc signing, but it's National Public Health Week, I believe.
Yes, it is. It's your week, ladies and Jerome. So we have here Liz Calvo, who works in Director Art St. Augustine's office, and she is joined by May Fay, right?
Mayfay?
Mayfay, yes, out of the foster care division. We have Jerome Garcia, who is a health inspector with Division of Environmental Health. I wonder if he's the one that took the video of that rat. And, of course, the public information officer for public health, Janella Carrera. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree. Good morning, Jason.
Happy National Public Health Week.
Right on. Good morning, Jerome.
Good morning. Thanks for having us.
Of course. And let's just go ahead and start with, I wanted to start what I felt is the most important thing, which was, May, you have some info on foster care, right? Are we still in desperate need of foster parents, May?
Oh, we are in desperate need of foster care. I am the supervisor for the home evaluation placement section. And currently, in my last report last Friday, the statistics is we have 406 foster children right now. And it just seems to be increasing. We're working hard and we're protecting these children. And I'm seeking a shout out to everyone who would like to be a foster parent, to please come and be one. You just have to have a loving home, and we're here to support our foster parents.
You said 406.
We only have 40 licensed foster homes right now.
Wow. And so where are these kids if they're not in foster care?
Okay, so what happens is when we take children under our protective custody, we always try to look for relative placement first. So right now we have 202 of our foster children in relative placement. We also utilize our group homes, alley shelter, sanctuary. They are a great support for us. And if we're not able to, we look for any individuals who would like to take these children in, and we do a background check, even though they're not licensed, to ensure that their home is safe for our children to be placed with them.
How do children end up being in this situation? What are the circumstances that lead them to having to go into foster care or having to be placed with a relative?
Well, the reason why children are placed in foster care is because we remove them because there's harm in their home due to abuse and neglect, and they're in danger. And we do the full assessment, and when we feel that a child needs to be removed, unfortunately, which we do not like doing, we do need to place them in a safe home. And the goal is always to reunify these children with their families. That's the ultimate goal. But before we could do that, we need to place them in a safe place.
So you said in your open 406 foster children, and it's increasing every day, right?
Sure is.
For these 40 foster parents, these licensed foster parents, how many, I guess, foster children do they have on average amongst them?
Okay, so each foster family, they are licensed to have as much as 6 children in their home. They can be licensed for 6 children as long as they don't displace any children in their home. So for example here, if Lizzie decides to be a foster mother, she has 2 children. I could only license her for 4 more children to have the capacity of 6 children in her home without displacing her children. And they have to ensure that these children have their own beds and have to be approved by our licensed foster social worker.
Are most of these foster parents then taking it up to the limit that they're allowed to?
Oh, they are taking not only, even though they are licensed for 6, and if they still have room in their home, we would ask if they could take extra. We are allowing them to take more than what they're licensed for because we need to place them.
We had a comment here. Are siblings put together in the same households?
We do our very best to put them all together. Right now, the need for foster homes are, we have problems finding homes for teenagers, for sibling groups. We're finding that we're having a large numbers of siblings, up to 6 to 8 siblings. I'm surprised. In the last couple of years, there's a lot of sibling groups. We need homes for children with disability. We also need homes for children with medical conditions. Those are the homes that we are having difficulty finding right now.
Would it help at all if that Regalu Foundation, that foster home, if it were open?
It is, and I do know that they're doing their very best to try to open that home. Unfortunately, that's not in my capacity. My goal is to look for home, to encourage people to become foster parents, and to have my office give whatever support they can in order to become a licensed foster parent.
May, you said that it's very difficult to find foster parents for the children living with medical conditions. How many children are we talking about here?
Well, right now I do know of one child who needs medical help right now, and 1-to-1. She is placed in a home right now, but we are looking for someone who can give more 1-to-1 care for this child. And I know there's about maybe between 5 and 10 foster children with medical conditions.
And then there's a compensation involved, right, for foster parents? Can we talk a little bit about that?
I'm sorry, compensation.
Is there
Yes.
compensation? Yeah.
Yes. So if you're a licensed foster parent, you do get compensated when you are licensed, depending on the age of the children. So our foster family social worker does an extensive background check on individuals who apply to become foster parents. not only do we do a home assessment or a social study on the family, we also look into their financial background because we want to ensure that any individuals who apply to become foster parents, that it's not there for, they're not in there for financial gain. They're, they're there to give a loving home to our children who really need that right now.
Tough. What's up, Jerome?
Good morning. How are you guys?
Tough act to follow there.
I know.
So you're a health inspector. You go out. Can you just give us like your average day with the Division of Environmental Health?
So actually, as an EPH03, I primarily oversee and manage the mosquito surveillance and control program. So that's my primary duties, but I will go out on inspections if there's a need. Right now, of course, as you know, environmental health, our staff is quite short, and we're responsible for making sure health regulated establishments on island are all in compliance with the sanitary regulations as far as as far as COVID compliance as well. But I would say for the daily routine for an environmental health inspector, we come in the office in the morning. Again, because we're so short staffed, we prioritize complaints that come into our office. So if there's a complaint about a restaurant or another establishment, those are the things that we tackle first. We would do our research before we go in, go out to do the inspection. And from there, we try to hit probably two to three inspections a day, if possible. But some places, their establishments are so large or the inspection is complex that, we can't really hit as much, especially with the limited staff that we have. But I would say for inspection wise, we would prioritize complaints first.
Right. So were you the one that videoed the rat? Where's that, Bree? Remember that rat that Malou was talking about?
Me video?
No.
You're talking about your own. Yeah.
We had Malou on it. It was like a few days ago, and she was talking about they did this inspection. I want to say it was a reinspection of American Bakery, and that there was one of the inspectors had caught a rat on video, that's
I see.
An accomplishment. That wasn't you?
No, that wasn't me. That was one of our other staff.
Well, go ahead.
But did you see the video?
Did you see the video?
Oh, I definitely did. Yes.
Man, Janella, what's up? I thought we were cool. You didn't send that?
Yeah. So of course, when we do our inspections, we do take photographs of violations. So that way, we can document and then we can work with the establishments to, correct the issues at their establishment. So
let me ask this without getting specific or naming whatever business it was. What is like the absolute worst horror story you can tell us as someone who goes out and inspects restaurants and businesses? No names, because I want you to get juicy.
Of course, no names, but there are items that call for immediate closure. So things like infestation of cockroaches or pests or rats, I would say those are, the most critical violations, which would call for closure. But of course, not naming any places. It is quite shocking to see those things at a restaurant. So I strongly recommend, places do continue to keep up with their sanitation to make sure their food temperatures are good.
Do you still eat out as a health inspector? Going to these places, seeing these violations? You're probably like the best guy to eat out.
Where would you recommend?
Yeah. You guys need to come out with a list of like Jerome's picks.
I mean, I do eat out occasionally, but I'm stuck in the office all day, so I'm quite forced to just make my own lunch and eat it here to get work done. Yeah.
Sounds like he doesn't really recommend eating out. He's like, yeah, you guys eat out. I'm eating it. Is it, Jerome, we had a couple times back, we had Malou on, and she was talking about doing COVID inspections and just inspections at like bars, right? And so I guess she was saying that there were a couple female inspectors who didn't feel really safe going out at night and inspecting the bars. I think she had even said something about there was like one of the bar owners had really become like aggressive to this inspector. Is that something that you guys deal with? I mean, not just with the female inspectors, but I'm sure even you, if you shut down a business or, I mean, I'm pretty sure the owners or even the employees aren't really ever happy about it.
I mean, it is a tough balance because as much as, we're trying to enforce and make sure everyone's in compliance, we do want to still collaborate, work, and, educate the people about, especially, COVID violations. But that when we do our night inspections, we usually pair up with female and a male. But some circumstances, it just so happened that the two ladies had to go out on their own that night. But it's usually paired up with a male and female, so that way, we're both safe. We're both looking out for each other. Wow. And like I said, it's inevitable. Bar owners or people in charge of their establishment, of course, they will sort of feel a bit aggressive when we're coming in to tell them, what violations are existing in their establishment. But again, it's all for the safety of the people. Yeah. So to ensure that you guys can continue to conduct your business while keeping everyone safe.
Let me ask you this, as someone who does eat out, and you being someone who does inspections, just as when you get into a restaurant, what are some places or telltale signs that people who are dining out can kind of look for to make maybe their own determination about, is this place clean, or is it, is there an issue with rats or roaches? Are there any hacks that you have as an inspector to share with the public?
Like life hacks or inspection hacks? Yeah. Well, I mean, the only way you can probably tell is, of course, is just to use your vision, right? So if you go into a place and, that's like the first layer. If the surfaces are dirty, if there's, debris or dried food particles on the table or on the counters, that's usually the first telltale sign, because you would always want to have your surfaces clean, your equipment clean, your utensils clean. But as far as food safety, it's a bit tougher because we primarily focus on things like food temperature. So you won't necessarily tell if the food's been cooked properly or if it's been kept chilled properly without using a thermometer. But I don't think you guys would bring a thermometer to every restaurant you go to, because those are actually the major factors that could make you sick. Wow. As far as looking out for infestation clues, if you guys are familiar with what a cockroach egg looks like, they're the brown uthicas, and if you can spot them around, that's probably a sign that they're out there in the day. As far as rodent droppings, but again, it's a very visual thing to do and to.
Usually that works. Was just getting juicy there, Janella.
Oh man, he froze.
Yeah. Let's go with Liz now. Liz, you work in the director's office, right? And you're a program coordinator.
No.
Okay.
I work under the Division of Public Health, under the Bureau of Family Health and Nursing Services.
I'm so sorry. So sorry.
No worries. I mean, we're all under the directors.
I got you, of course. So tell us a little bit about what you do.
So I am a project director for, it's actually a new grant. Guam has received $3.7 million, and it's called a preschool development grant, Birth to 5. It has nothing to do with the preschool classroom, as one would think, but we support the early childhood comprehensive system on Guam. So all the early childhood programs from the small nannies all the way up until 5 years old.
So are you saying that you guys do like the hearing and all those different types of tests that the younger kids go through?
So we do support that. That program is called the Guam Early Hearing Detection and Intervention Program. Okay. And that's under UOG Cedars and the Department of Education Division of Special Education. And so, yes, they would fall within Guam's early childhood system. So it's the system of services and supports for young children, birth actually all the way up to 8 years old. So early childhood has been defined in recent years, over the past 10 years, as birth to 8 years old. And so our grant, though, specifically is for birth through 5.
Interesting. So what would you say to parents out there of young kids? How can they avail of your services, and what are some of the crucial things that you guys do?
So one of the things that we are hoping to kind of get up and running is called our Nenny 311 line. And so we're going to have an extension in the COVID 311 line where parents can access information and do just exactly what you're saying. One of the things we want to promote, if you can visit, families can visit the Guam Early Learning Council's Facebook page. And there's a wealth of information on there about developmental monitoring. And so we want families and parents to understand what child development looks like. And so if they see that their child is not developing on track, then reach out to your pediatricians, reach out to your family practitioners and say, hey, I have this concern. My child is 2 years old and he only says 5 words. And, you know, my older child, when he was 1, he was actually saying, you know, the same amount of words. And so we want them to know where to go to access those services. And there's actually, CDC actually has an app. It's called the CDC Milestones Tracker. And so if you just Google it, you can download the app. And there's a whole national campaign called Learn the Signs, Act Early. And so that's, you know, it gives the information in the hands of parents right on their phones. Majority of parents have smartphones now. And so they're on their apps and it provides a wealth of information. And it doesn't diagnose your child as having a disability or developmental delay, but it really gives the information in the hands of the parents to know what are some of those red flags to look for.
Right, and that's so crucial. I mean, as a father of 5 kids, I mean, you do, of course, look for those developmental milestones, and it's so easy to compare child to child, and they all kind of develop, you know, differently. But what's it like when you're working with these parents and you know, they have an idea that there may be an issue with their child with a disability, and when you conduct whatever testing you do, and you have to break it to the parents, what's that like for you guys?
Most of the early childhood programs, we use a developmental screening tool called the Ages and Stages Questionnaire. And we also have a social and emotional tool that we use. And so it's a parent questionnaire. The parent actually is, because parents are the ones who know their children the best. Right. And so it has questions on the different developmental areas, and they answer it. And we just let them know, hey, there's some concerns here. And we have within our early childhood system, we have a universal referral form, and it has all the different early childhood agencies who provide the services and supports. And so if we see that a child has a developmental concern, then we refer them to the appropriate agency, and that agency will then complete a full-on assessment using whatever tools that they have. And then they're the ones who inform the parents that, you know, these are the kinds of supports that we need. We can refer you for speech therapy, let's say, if a child has a speech delay. I have a son with autism, and I just have to say that, you know, knowing where to go to reach out to for services is very, very crucial. And so, and one of the things that we promote with parents is that early detection is best, because the earlier we can detect a developmental delay or a disability, the sooner the family can reach out and get the services that they need, and that child can get the intervention that they need. And that prevents, I don't want to say prevents, but it sets the child up for lifelong success, rather than waiting for the child to enter kindergarten or first grade and for, you know, to see some of those delays happening. And then there was such a crucial time for interventions that was missed. So again, early detection is best so that we can get the interventions as early as possible.
Thank you so much. That's sounds like very important work that you guys do. I want to go back to Jerome, because we were kind of cut off there. You froze up a little bit, Jerome. I want to thank you for the life hacks on eating out. We did have a comment here. Environmental inspectors, what number do we call if we're dining out like after 5 p.m. and maybe they see something that they want to report? Is there like a hotline or something, Jerome?
So our office hours are 8 to 5, but sometimes, our inspectors are out in the field, but there's no one at the office. If you do want to submit a complaint, our morning office hours are 300-9572. We also have on our website at the public health site under our division, there's actually a form where you can fill out your complaint and then print it out and then email it to us. Our email is also dphss-deh at guam.gov. So if you'd like to send your complaints there as well, I think that'd be much more convenient since it pings all our emails.
Right. Okay.
So.
Janelle, I wanted to go over to you because I know that last year you had gone from the governor's office over to public health, and and had it not been a COVID, a pandemic, some might say like, oh, that was, she's going to go over to public health. That's going to be way less busy, maybe a little bit easier, a little less pressure. But that's not what happened. You kind of, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it was a little bit of backfire. Like maybe you thought, oh, public health, that's not bad. Let me put in an app over there. But I think you settled in nicely. But what's it been like to kind of go over to an agency like public health in the midst of a pandemic, and to now be at this position where we're just rolling down this path to half with the vaccinations and really kind of crawling out of this pandemic?
You're right. I thought that going to a GovGuam agency might perhaps not necessarily reduce the workload. I didn't know what I was thinking. I mean, it is a COVID pandemic. Public health is central to the pandemic. But my workload actually nearly doubled, probably doubled or tripled. But I was grateful for it, and it's one of those agencies where the type of work you do is very rewarding, and the people that you work with they're just phenomenal. And everyone, they're very passionate. Public health is a calling. But going into this with the vaccinations, the testing, and everything that we do here, whether you're putting in overtime, they tell you this is what we're doing day in, day out. Even if it's the night before, a few hours before, nobody ever complains. We just go in and we do it. So I'm actually grateful for what I do and the people that I work with, and being able to do this for the community. And now that we're on this path to half and seeing, the light at the end of the tunnel, it's been an amazing adventure, and I'm really glad to be here, and I hope I can stay. So, that's in a nutshell what it's been like, the experience here at Public Health.
Right on.
Like Lizzie Calvo, Mayfaye, Jerome, the kind of work that they do, and everybody else here at Public Health. We've been recognized for National Public Health Week this week. Liz Calvo's been amazing, just putting everything together. But I mean, every single day, I think public health should be recognized for the kind of work that we've been doing, the lives that we've been saving. And I say this all the time, every time I get asked, what's it been like at public health, coming from the governor's office and then coming from the private sector, from the media. But really, from the bottom of my heart, this job is probably, I mean, I don't mean to put other jobs down, but it's probably been, one of the best jobs I've ever had, so.
Well, I hope the director is listening for that. But I want to thank you guys for coming on. And Janella, I'm going to touch base with Director Art, and we really like to get some of these different programs, like foster care, because you guys have a ton of programs, and maybe get them out more on the show to kind of get the word out or promote whatever they need. So thank you guys for coming on. It's been a blast, and happy.
Can I just make a quick plug?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. So if you want more information about what we've been doing for Public Health Awareness Week, please visit our department's Facebook page. We've been posting since Monday morning. The proclamation is there. And each day of the week, this week, we've been featuring different divisions. Monday was Jerome's division, and you got to check out his Mosquito Spirit video. We've got her dancing up there. I was hoping Mosquito was going to make an appearance. There we go.
Well, Jason's. Oh, there you go. Wow.
Yeah. Yesterday was the Division of Public Health, and today we have the Division of Public Welfare. And if you want more information on foster care or becoming a foster family, there is a presentation at 1:30 by Gracie Washida, Social Worker 3. The schedule is on our Facebook page. You can join us in our Zoom room, or you can watch via our department's Facebook page. So tomorrow we'll be featuring Division of Senior Citizens, and Friday will be, is our Division of General Administration, where Janella and the director falls under. And, you know, this week was really just to celebrate all the great work that our public health workers have been doing. We have slideshows. There's employees who have been here for, I think the most was 43 years. And so each day we feature that division and the employees. We call it honoring our employees with 25 plus years of service. And so we encourage you to go and see, you know, you may not know that your aunt worked for public health for 30 some years. And I just want to make a shout out to my aunts, Patty Bileto Cruz and Francis Bileto Santos, for 30 plus years of service. Thank you both so much. And to all the great public health workers who've been here.
Thank you, guys.
Also,
Thank you.
I don't know if we're going to be posting it. Lizzie has the videos, but we have like some of our agencies who did the electric slide. And we have a video of Chima and Bakwim dancing to his nice little African dance. So we'll probably be posting it. You want to see Chima dancing?
Yeah, send that and the rat video.
Yes. Visit our Facebook page. And I don't know if Chris, was L'Oreal able to send you the little virtual open house that the director did? I did. And then, you know, our theme this year is building bridges to better health. And our director, in his remarks on Monday during the proclamation signing, he said it's based on the concept that we may be physically distant from each other, but now more than ever, it's important to come together. And of course, with COVID happening, that was one of the best things that could have happened, I think, because, not one of the best things that could have happened, but in terms of bringing people together virtually. And so again, building bridges to better help, and our social media and virtual platforms make it easier, so much easier for us to connect these days.
Thank you.
Again, visit our Facebook page, social media.
Right on. Viva Public Health. Viva! Right on. There you go.
Thank
Jerome.
you.
Hey, Jerome, send Janella that rat video, man. I want to get that.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks. Good stuff. 9:23. It's National Public Health Week. They had some interesting divisions there. Senior citizens. I want to try and get them to come on. Anyway, we got to take a break. But FSM Consulate is coming on with Teresa Philippin, and she'll be joined by Nadine Songeni of the Humanities Council. She also does. She's with the. I want to say she is with the. Hold on. Yeah, she's a member of the FSM Association of Guam. Thank you, God. Thanks, Jay. We're going to take a quick break. 9:23 right here on the link. Good morning.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island, and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
This year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUAM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with The Link live on location with Chris and Sabrina, visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Yeah, I just had to let that one rock a little bit. Candyman Tapman. Coronan Flores. 932. Welcome to the link. Proudly brought to you, and I mean proudly, like proud. East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, Carrier, and Jack in the Box. It's 9:33. Let's head back into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have from the FSM Consulate, Teresa Philippin, and from the FSM Association, Nadine Sangani. Good morning, ladies.
Morning, Mogasin.
Look at these backgrounds, though. Nadine, I know you did before we went on, you told us a little bit about the background, but for our audience, what are we looking at in your Zoom background?
Oh, yes. This is back in Farapayas, where my dad is from in the 1960s. I found a whole treasure trove of images from the 60s and 70s. So I figured the best way to use it were Zoom background these days.
You got like a Zoom background gallery?
I have a gallery, exactly.
Is it going to be a slideshow like when you're talking? Is it going to change every minute?
I haven't learned how to do that, set that up yet on Zoom.
We got to check Jason. Teresa, what's your background? I mean, I know it's not a photograph from the 1960s, but
It's not actually. It was a photo taken by my daughter when we were still in YAP. She likes to play with the camera.
Nice.
And she took, yeah. So yeah, I've been going through her photos, some of her photos recently, and then this looked really pretty to me. So
wow, yeah,
that's
I mean,
what I have.
A year into this pandemic, I think that we've gone very, very deep into our Zoom backgrounds, just judging from the
now
kind of
we're
guess.
becoming creative.
Right.
I have a couple in my phone ready to go.
Right. Let's just get right into it then, and I think we're going to start with the repatriation efforts. So we had a whole bunch of people on a couple weeks ago talking about this issue of people who had traveled out from the FSM or even just been away from the FSM before or during the pandemic and then not being able to come back. And so we had heard that there was some discussion from the president about starting repatriation in May. But we wanted to bring you on, Teresa, to kind of get the official word on what's the status and the conversation with that now.
Well, Chris, thank you. I think maybe about last month or a little bit before that, I came on. You guys invited me to come on, and then at that time I told you that there hasn't been any definitive plans as far as repatriation of our stranded citizens here on Guam due to the country's lockdown. But there has been some developments since then. And the official word is that on May 13th, our very first repatriation activity will commence, starting for the state of Pohnpei. The state of Pohnpei is the most up to standard with their quarantine facility right now. They've been working really hard over the past year, equipping the facilities and trying to get the healthcare professionals trained enough to be able to handle this measure. So the FSM government has been working very closely with the U.S. government, and the U.S. government will be providing a humanitarian flight, actually two, on May 13th. And the stranded citizens that we are prioritizing to bring in to Pohnpei on that day would be some medical patients that they have been stranded here, their attendants, some students that are no longer attending or enrolled in higher ed here on Guam. And we have several high-level diplomats from the U.S. government that we want to bring, that they are going to be on this first repatriation flight on the 13th. So that's where we're at right now. Fortunately, the other three states, Yap, Chuk, and Kosrae, are not quite ready in terms of being able to bring back their own stranded residents.
How many people are anticipated to get on that first flight on the 13th?
We're looking at about 40 people at this first run. It's mainly due to limited quarantine capacity when they get into Pohnpei.
And what about the vaccination rate over there in Pohnpei?
The vaccination rate right now, if I'm not mistaken, is about 20% 26 or less percent right now across the four FSM states.
And for the 40 that are eligible to go back home, what do they need to do? Because I'm just kind of I pulled up the press release on the president's website, and I think it mentions like 2 negative COVID tests. Is that correct? Any other requirements?
Right. They're going to be. We're going to have to quarantine them pre-departure. And of course, they're going to. They're required to be to have their full vaccination shots and get tested while in quarantine. The country has been really proud, maintaining its COVID-free status thus far. So we're going to be taking every measure possible to ensure that remains, that the country remains COVID-free. So I know there's a lot of health experts out there that are saying that if you're even the United States is doing it right now. If you're vaccinated, then you don't need to quarantine upon arrival, right? But the FSM, wants to keep this airtight and make sure that everything. That there's no possibility of the virus getting into the country. So, quarantine, pre-departure quarantine, vaccination. COVID testing while in quarantine, and that before they can leave.
That's full. You said full vaccination, right?
Meaning 2 doses.
Yeah. But what
they have already issued.
Okay, I'm just gonna say I don't even know if they're offering Johnson & Johnson. Is that acceptable?
Oh, we went ahead and had these people vaccinated already.
Okay.
Yeah, so there those that will be on this on this May 13 flight will have been fully vaccinated.
Mm-hmm. And so how many total, though, are stranded here on Guam? Last I read, it was like 297.
We may have a little more than that. Oh. Unfortunately, not everybody has been able to register at the office. We've been keeping our records ever since the beginning of the lockdown, but there has been some that just came right after, like last month, 2 months ago, trying to get home when the border opens, right? So we're looking at possibly maybe 350 right now, including those that just recently were arriving to Guam, waiting for the borders to open. And I don't know if you want to categorize those as stranded or just waiting to get on a flight once it opens.
How soon after the May 13th flight do you anticipate the next flight? And then when you said that the other states in the FSM aren't quite ready for repatriation, what's the timeline on them being able to stand up their own repatriation flights?
Okay. Right now, the official word is Kosrae is ready to bring back their stranded in COVID-free Republic of the Marshall Islands. And I heard that they're saying that as soon as I guess they're using school facilities to do their on-island quarantine. So as soon as school's out, they're able to do that. Yap is in a similar situation. They can bring back their stranded in Palau, which is still COVID-free. Chuk, what I'm hearing is not quite ready as far as facilities, but their plans are already underway to work on to rectify those, so that because people it's been over a year. We definitely understand the hardship and that people are facing, not being able to get home. As far as what's going to happen after May 13th, after the May 13th flight to Pohnpei, it's really based on how this one goes. and because like I said, there's a lot of people that are waiting to go home. So after that one, there's no plans right now as to when exactly after the 13th, but definitely something is still cooking in the oven because it needs to get done.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a breakdown of how many people are from Chuk that are stranded here? How many are from Pohnpei and the other islands?
I don't have the exact numbers with me right now as far as our records at the office though, but the majority are from Chuk, Pohnpei, Yap, and Koshai. It's just about a handful.
Yeah, there was something that one of the guests said last week, and it kind of was really kind of sad, but she was mentioning how since they've been stranded for like a year, they only got, was it one check or for financial assistance?
Yeah, there's an assistance. Yeah.
Is that true? Or is there no other kind of...
There has been two financial assistance provided to stranded citizens since the lockdown. Those that are employed in the FSM are still collecting their unemployment. Those that are we're calling them the medically stranded, they're collecting per diems on a daily basis from their healthcare program. So the government has been providing assistance as much as possible throughout this pandemic.
Where are they being pre-quarantined? The 40.
Yes, right now we're looking at a couple of hotels here in Guam, Hotel Santa Fe and Grand Plaza. We haven't finalized a deal with them yet.
And let's see, when would they need to be quarantined if the flight is on? Oh, okay, still in May. That's right.
Yeah.
Nadine, what are you hearing on the repatriation front?
I think what I can speak to is just knowing a lot of people who are just really anxious to go back home. And so getting the opportunity to go get vaccinated when it's available, encouraging other family members, it's just all coming together to help with this fight against the COVID, on the island. But definitely everyone is very anxious. Was on a daily, that's a hot topic right. With all the relatives and church members. Yeah.
Let's talk about when the vaccinations first rolled out. There was someone, I don't know if it was public health or it might have been Teresa, who was talking about not a lot of people in the FSM community wanted to come out and get the shot. But it kind of seems with the outreach you guys have been having, have we turned the corner on that? And now that we're talking repatriation and vaccination as part of that, are we seeing more people who are like, oh, I want to take it now?
Yeah, that's definitely a big factor.
Definitely, Chris, and that's why I asked Nadine to come on today so that she can share the numbers for the recent vaccination clinics that we've been having. She's one of the person working from the association that's working very closely with the GRMC, AMC, and Public Health, along with several others that have been very instrumental in this vaccination effort. We definitely have turned a corner on that. I think back when we last talked, what was it, Nadine, about 5%? That's what Public Health was saying, and now we're at what?
5%, over 11%, just within the past few weeks. Yeah. Definitely double our efforts because I think even before we had our first outreach over at GRMC, it was about 3%. I just know they was such a small number, and so since we collaborated and added more people to this endeavor, we've just increased so much more. We've expanded even our roles in facilitating these vaccination clinics. It's just been such a learning experience for all of us. Kudos to our partners and collaborators and our community advocates and volunteers from different parts of the island just coming together to help. Something I've been expressing a lot to family members and friends is like, I remember at the beginning where we were still at this place of getting people to understand why they need it or why they need to come get vaccinated. Now it's a little different. They're asking when is it, where is the next one, so it's definitely changed the attitude toward the vaccine. So that's a good progress, I think, for us.
What were people saying, Nadine, about why maybe they didn't want to take the vaccine? Was it just maybe they didn't know that it was available, or that I heard some people thought it cost something? But what were they saying?
Yep. I've heard that, and I was also surprised that people, when we were doing outreach for registration, that they thought there was a cost. There's just kind of like public perception that a lot of the people are hesitant because they don't trust. There is a little bit of that, but something that I've been kind of, me and my team have been kind of rethinking the way we look at the pandemic is, what is it that's missing for these people to access them? And are there enough ways for them to know what's going on and to actually be able to reach it? And that's what we've been doing. But definitely a mix. There is a little hesitation because there's a lot of public misinformation being shared on social media. But then to put into perspective, this mistrust in the whole pandemic or the vaccine is across the board and not just exclusive to FSM. And I think we've been trying to put that into perspective as we move forward, that there's other things involved and we need to think of long-term goals with regard to health as we're working with these people. And since March or since February, our first outreach, we were shooting for 200. We got 106 people that showed up. The next one we got 158, and then our third outreach we got 267. So it's just and having the people that they're familiar with or they trust being part of the strategy or the planning and actually on site makes a whole difference. When we did an outreach at the church, we heard comments like, "Oh, we're so glad there's someone we know who can help us register." And then we also, through a partner, a good relationship with Dr. Dolores Lee, she was present she came to church with us one Sunday to kind of be there as we were registering people. And as they, had questions, we referred them to her, and we were there to interpret. So it just really bodes really well and adds such a value that all the different partners are just as committed and dedicated to helping our people trust in the system and the process, and trust in the system and the process.
Thank you.
Oh, great job.
Yeah. Teresa, I wanted to just follow up a little off topic, but something we definitely talked about the last couple of times you came on is when Chief Ignacio had come out and said he was concerned about the prevalence of crystal methamphetamine in the FSM, FAS communities. And then he had mentioned that he was going to be working with the consulate. What's the status on that? Have we, we'll just, I guess, what's going on with it?
Yeah, we haven't had any recent meetings with the chief of police, and you're absolutely right, Chris. It's becoming a prevalent problem here on Guam, and not just within the FSM community, but the whole community at large. And with this pandemic, we've kind of put all other activities on the back burner. But we definitely, within the association, we're starting to have that conversation now. We're planning to have some meetings on how to, tap into the programs that are in existence on Guam, and see what we can do, because we need to educate people that, this is pretty serious. We're seeing recent, crimes, on the rise because of drug-related activities. So definitely something that we need to look into, and sooner than later.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Nadine, thank you for coming on.
Just wanted to say, though, hey, how about Nicole Yamase?
Yeah, that was totally cool.
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
She's amazing.
Yeah.
We actually were in the same cohort together at the Young Pacific Leader Conference, and so she was. It was majority South Pacific Islanders, right, from New Zealand, from Australia and Fiji, and there was just a few of maybe like 10 of us from North Pacific, and so we definitely, when we met in Fiji, we just connected, and it was like, oh, we're the Micronesian group in this program. So it was just great to see a good friend and definitely an inspiring young woman from Micronesia.
I think it was just great to see a brown face at the bottom of the trench. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you, ladies. I want to get you back on because I want to see what other Zoom backgrounds you have.
Yes.
We'll shoot for next week.
Especially as we get closer to the flight.
Yeah. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Nadine. There you go. Hey, 9:53. The show's probably brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier, IT&E, and Jack in the Box, where there's never a bad time to enjoy Jack in the Box's newest $3 sauced and loaded curly fries with new slow smoked bacon available in 2 flavors, triple cheddar and spicy pepper jack. We're back with more of The Link next.
Now, KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Remember you like a child, girl. No one's seen a lot of what the world can do, and it's breaking my heart in two. Cause I never wanna see you sad, girl. Don't be embarrassed.
LA Akeda.
You wanna leave, take good care. Hope you find a lot of nice things out there.
Hey, thank you guys for joining us for another episode of The Link on this Wednesday, April 7th. To our viewers on Facebook Live, really appreciate all the comments, questions, and, the shares. Just thank you for being there, really. Link fam. To our listeners here on The Breeze, your go-to jam is coming up next. KUAM TV. As always, the honor is all ours to be able to share this morning with you guys. Appreciate it so much. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
For Mike V, running the ones and twos. Master Control, remember we got your 6 with our primetime newscast. This has been The Link. Hasta. Enjoy!
Bye.